Good evening. I'd like to welcome you to this regular meeting of the Loveland Board of Education, calling to order at 6:01, I think. Mr. Giuffre, can we have a roll call?
Ms. Cecil,
Yes.
Reverend Eilert.
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz,
Here.
Dr. Schwetchenow,
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn.
Here. We have 3 yeses and 2 here, so I think that makes 5 of us. Very good. I would invite you to stand and join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Before we say the pledge, if we could just take a moment and send thoughts and prayers to the families and friends of the Tuscarawas Valley High School. There was a serious automobile accident or a serious bus accident today. They were on their way to the OSBA conference, and so it's a really pretty serious accident. So we could think of them for a minute before we do the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible. Thank you. And I did say welcome. Welcome to those of you who are here in the Intermediate Middle School Media Center. We are also streaming this meeting live, and it will be recorded and available tomorrow when the recording has been set up on the website. So we welcome you all. The first item on our agenda is to adopt the board agenda. Is there a motion to adopt that agenda? So moved. Second. Ms. Washburn moved and Ms. Cecil seconded. And it is the agenda that was sent out. I don't believe there are any changes to the HR. I believe there are a couple of items that were added since last Thursday pertaining to the organizational meeting that will happen in January. So we'll see those when we get to them. Any questions or discussion about the agenda? Can we vote on that?
Mrs. Washburn,
Yes.
Ms. Cecil,
Yes.
Reverend Eilert,
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz,
Yes.
Dr. Schwetchenow.
Yes.
Motion carried. The next item is the approval of the minutes. Those minutes are from the October 17th meeting, and they are linked on board docs. And so I'll make a motion that we approve those minutes. Second. And Ms. Cecil seconded. It's hard for me to say Ms. Cecil. It's hard for me to make that articulation, so I apologize.
Just call me Cease.
Cease, that's even harder. Mrs. Cease is even harder. Anyway, thank you. Any discussion, any amendments, any questions about those minutes? Seeing none, Mr. Giuffre.
Dr. Lorenz,
Yes.
Ms. Cecil,
Yes.
Reverend Eilert,
Yes.
Dr. Schwetchenow,
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn.
Yes.
Mr. Giuffre doesn't seem to have any trouble with the name, so he's the one that
I've
counts.
had to say Mr. Strecker.
And Dr. Schwetchenow.
Yes.
Yes. All right, the next item on the agenda is hearing of the public, and I see you have papers in your hand, so I think we have public to be heard from.
Well, first we have Alan Hodge or Leslie Hodge. Leslie? Okay. This is Leslie Hodge. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry.
Okay. About a month ago, I had the privilege of attending a seminar at Harvard Kennedy School entitled Emerging School Models Moving from Alternative to Mainstream. Over 2 days, a multi-ethnic and racially diverse group of panelists and education experts discussed a spectrum of issues and benefits relating to hybrid schools, virtual schools, and micro schools. They presented analysis on the successful formation of charter schools, championed homeschooling, and applauded the resurgence of classical schools while debunking various myths regarding curriculum, innovation, technology, and socialization. In addition, education saving accounts were promoted, and the incorporation of AI was debated as a time and cost-saving device for school administration. It was clear from the data presentations that homeschooling and classical schools provided some of the best education space and produced the highest student success and parent satisfaction. Whether you think you are immune or not, the landscape of education is changing rapidly. We hear too often that it's all about the kids. If this is really true and student success is your ultimate goal, In this administration, this board, and the members who will sit here in January should welcome the quilt of education opportunities becoming available to parents now that the state of Ohio is facilitating education choice for families. Student success occurs when the needs of the student become more important than the interests of maintaining the status quo of a system. Parents are the first authority and best judge of their students' needs, not the system. If your focus, however, will continue to be looking inwards towards union and employee stakeholders, comparative state metrics, the fear of deficit spending, and the next levy ask, you will miss the macrocosmic changes happening in the greater education framework. You will also miss the ability to prudently prepare and adapt to those changes both logistically and financially. And before I sit down, I just wanted to personally thank Linda for serving as an interim board member, for running as a candidate, and for asking good questions for taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan Hodge.
Thank you for this opportunity. Is that working all right? And yes, if there was any question, I am the other half of the Hodge household. Full disclosure here. I would like to comment on a theme that has been central to school-related elections since the divisive levy issue in 2019. The theme of bringing the community together. They missed their cue. The signs that I'm showing you here, and let me explain for those of you who will not see this on the video. They are vote no signs for issue 1 from the recent election. They were on Enyart Road in the Loveland District. And the day after the election, they were vandalized. As you can see, they were spray painted, one with black letters spelling yes, one with black letters spelling losers. Now, before you tune out, because that election was not directly related to a school issue, I ask you to reflect for a moment that those signs represent how divided our community is, or if you prefer, how nasty it has become. We have seen behavior like that in school-related elections. We have seen signs vandalized, knocked down, stolen. We've seen vicious personal attacks on social media against people with differing opinions. We've seen character assassination and smear campaigns against candidates for the school board. We have seen continual representation of facts that are demonstrably untrue.
1 minute.
Just a few months ago, in a meeting of this very board, a member of the public made disparaging and false assertions concerning the interim board member, to the applause of some of those who were in attendance, while the board members reacted with silence. As publicly elected officials, and by virtue of the leadership position that you hold, you do not have the option of neutrality. If you do not speak clearly and emphatically to condemn behavior of this sort when it comes to your attention, you implicitly condone it. And if you condone it, you will help set the moral standard for behavior in this capacity, in this community.
Thank you.
I ask you in all seriousness, is that the standard that you wish to set? Is that the example you wish to show to the children in the Loveland School District? Moreover, you will signal that you have no real interest in bringing the community together unless the community you seek to bring together comprises only those who already agree with you. I'm quite concerned about the community I live in, and have lived in for 20 years. And the perception that the nasty people are always they and not we. The hypocrisy is startling. The board can make a difference. The administration can make a difference. But you are, in my opinion, remiss if you do not speak out to condemn this behavior and decline to set a better standard for all of us by your leadership and your example. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Angela Seidel? Satel, sorry.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Angela Satel. I live in the Lowland School District. Lies, innuendos, smears, character assassinations. Sounds like a movie, doesn't it? But it wasn't a movie. It was the Loveland School Board race. I guess I am very disappointed, but not surprised at what the candidates and their supporters did to discredit another. Having been on the receiving end myself, I can tell you it is hurtful, it is disheartening, it is shameful, particularly when all you want to do is to step up and help your community. And I applaud and I thank my very good friend, Linda Cecil, for doing that. I think we should give her an applause. It takes a lot of courage to do things like that. Everybody complains, but nobody wants to step up. I hope those of you who are guilty keep that in mind. The damage you do to people that will never be repaired. It takes a long time for the hurt to go away. Just think about it if you were on the receiving end of that. Many of you will deny that this happened, or you'll laugh because you won't even care. Since there is no civility anymore, no ethics, no standards of acceptable behavior towards others when it comes to attacking people you don't like or that don't have the same opinion as you. And for what reason do we do all of this? For a school board seat. It's just amazing to me that this is what we've become. I would say I don't have much respect for people who trash others rather than running on their merit. Maybe you feel you can't run on merit, and that's why you have to do what you do. And that in itself is a very pathetic reason. So I encourage everybody to start speaking out and object, ask questions. Don't be afraid. Don't be silent. Don't sit there on your hands and think that nothing's going on. Start taking and paying attention to what's going on in your schools. Do your research at the very least and stop believing in lies. So I leave you with this. How can I trust the new school board to do the right thing? How can I trust them with the stewardship of taxpayer money, school finances, and more importantly, the education of children? I hope that I can, but I doubt it at this point until I see some trust on your part. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all, Mr. Giuffre?
That is.
All right. I would suggest that since it's the normal procedure that the members of the board do not make responses to particular questions, speeches, I would suggest that there would be time if there are board members who have things that they wish to say, that they do that after I give the board president report when there's a chance for board members to speak, if that's all right with the board. Thank you. I believe next on the agenda is the report card presentation. I see Dr. Puerta there.
Hello. All right, let's just give it a second to get loaded here. In the shared drive. or board, well, the shared drive would probably be better. So I'm going to give you tonight a overview of the district report card from the district level. I'm going to keep it fairly, 30,000 foot view. But if you have any questions or you want to dig in deeper, I'm more than happy to meet with anybody who would like to do that. I think it's kind of fun, but it may not be super fun for everybody. So I'll keep it kind of like 30,000 foot view tonight. So this was going to be from the district level. And then in January and February, you're going to be hearing from the principals at each of the 6 buildings. And they're going to talk about their report card at the building level, which then feeds into the district level one. So I thought it would be a good idea that you have the district level version first, and then we'll dig into each of the buildings over the next several months. So this is the overall report card overview this is for the 22-23 school year. And you will see we have an overall rating of 5 stars, and that is new this year. So if you remember, we went through report card reform back in 2022. So actually, Adam, if you'll go to the next slide, I'll talk about that just a little bit. We went from letter grades where we went from like A, B, C, D, F to star ratings of 1 through 5, with 5 being the highest that you can achieve and 1 being the lowest. So that was the first thing that happened last year. And then the new thing for this year is that we got an overall rating. So we didn't have an overall rating last year. So Adam, actually, if you'll go back a slide again. So you can see our overall rating at the top is 5 stars. And then, yes, I know, excellent. So we are 5 stars again this year. And then we have each of the different components. So last year we had each of those components, just not the overall rating. And then you'll notice the bottom right one says NR, not reported. So Adam, if you'll go to the next slide, that is the college career workforce and military readiness component, and that won't be rated until the 24-25 school year. So in the fall of 2025, I will be able to stand here and tell you what our rating is. However, we do know what will be in that. And so we're going to be able to have some projections so that we can, just make sure that we're on top of things before that rating actually comes out. So I'm going to just walk through each of the different elements of this year's report card. The first one is the achievement component rating. And we got 5 stars in this one. And this is based strictly on test scores that students take, those end of course assessments or OSTs, Ohio State tests, in the spring of each year. So students take those tests in English, math, and science, and then at the upper grades, also social studies. And then students score either advanced, accomplished, proficient, basic, or limited. So if you go to the next slide, you can see here, they basically take all of our students' scores and they figure out what percentage of our students' scores fall under advanced, accomplished, proficient, basic, and limited. And then you have a multiplier. And then, advanced gives you a 1.2 multiplier, whereas, if you're proficient, which is what's expected, it's a 1.0. And then if you're basic or limited, you're under a 1.0 multiplier. So you just simply multiply those out, and then add up the final column. And we received 100.2 points. So then what you do is you take that and divide it by the max score, which is set by the state, and you get your percentage. So we ended up at 92.1%, which is excellent. We needed a 90 or higher in order to get 5 stars. So that's how we earn 5 stars in the achievement rating. So that one's very straightforward. Progress is not as straightforward, but there's not a whole lot here because the progress component is what we often refer to as value added. And it is a 3-year average of how our students are growing. So essentially, we expect our students to grow a year in a school year. And if you are above that, you get 4 or 5 stars. And so whenever they take our student growth 3-year average, we ended up with 5 stars this past year, which is really outstanding, and puts us definitely in the top tier in the state of districts that were able to earn 5 stars there. So we are, and it'll tell you there, if you look under the rating description, it might be a little hard to read, but significant evidence that the school exceeded student growth expectations by a larger magnitude. So we got the highest rating that we could there. So our teachers are not only helping students to achieve, but they're also growing them in the classroom. And those are the 2 main components that we typically look at when we're talking about student achievement and growth. Adam, you can go to the next one. So this is the chart that shows the district growth. And I'm going to have you go to the next slide and then pop back up real quick because the key is here. So what you're really looking for whenever it comes to growth is you want to see the green, the light blue, the dark blue, and then the gray is just, there's no data available. So really you're looking at green, light blue, dark blue, and gray are all good things or don't have any effect. So then Adam, if you go back up to the other slide, you can kind of look there. You're looking for the green, the light blue, the dark blue, and the gray, which as you can see is most of the progress that's up there. So it breaks it down by English language arts, math, science, and then each of the grade levels as you go down. And then the high school is at the bottom because their tests look a little bit different because they're subject and course specific. Okay, early literacy. This is the one where we got 4 stars, and I'm going to explain a little bit about this, and I think you'll understand. So there's 3 measures that go into the early literacy component. However, only 2 of those measures impact Loveland, because if you look at that bottom one, improving K-3 literacy, it has a 0% weight. And the reason is because if you have less than 10% of your students off track in kindergarten, that component does not count for or against you. And so then what happens is the percentages of weight for the other 2 components shift a little bit. So really for Loveland, we're only looking at proficiency in the 3rd grade reading assessment, which is that end of, well, Ohio State test in the spring, and then promotion to 4th grade, which is 40% of the weight. So Adam, if you go to the next slide, we can see there, if you're looking at proficiency in 3rd grade reading with the 60% weight, we had 77.7% of our 3rd graders pass that portion of the OST. And then if you look at promotion to 4th grade with a 40% weight, we had 100% of our 3rd graders last year be promoted to 4th grade for this year. And then again, that improving K-3 literacy does not have an impact for Loveland at this time. So the next slide shows the math behind that. So if you're looking at proficiency in 3rd grade reading, 77.7 times 0.6 gives you 46.62 points. And then promotion to 4th grade, 100% of 0.4 is 40. So you add those up and we end up with 86.62, and we needed 88 to get that 5 stars. So we were really close. When Jen Foran comes, the principal at LES, in January, she'll be here. She's going to talk a little bit about some of the changes that have happened in her building to address some of this, because they see this as a need right now. And so they've done a lot of things at that building this year that they're implementing. And I'll let her talk a little bit more about that when she comes
Stacey,
in
can I just
January.
ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
So the proficiency in the 3rd grade reading is the measure for the 3rd graders this year or last year?
Last year.
And then the promotion to 4th grade is the 3rd graders from last year who were promoted to 4th grade this
Correct.
year?
Correct.
And so what happens that they are all promoted? What does the proficiency at 77.7% mean? And then they can all be promoted?
Yep, great
So
question.
what do we do for those?
Yes, so that is one of the ways that students can be promoted, but there are other ways that students can be promoted to 4th grade. There's a fall test that students can earn a certain score on. So even if they may not pass in the spring, if they passed in the fall, that can promote them. Certain MAP scores, and then also certain sub-scores of the OST can promote students. We also have some students that may be either an English learner or on an IEP who may be exempt from being held back in 3rd grade and would be promoted anyway. All right, next slide. Gap closing. So this is probably the most difficult component to really understand. So I have more slides here just to sort of break it down a little bit, but you can go really deep in the weeds, and I'm not going to go super deep in the weeds tonight, but really what you're looking at with gap closing is you're looking at all of our different subgroups, and I've listed all of those there so you can see all of the different subgroups that we have here in Loveland, and looking at making sure that those subgroups are achieving at the same level and same rate as compared to our whole population. And so it's just making sure that we are really educating all of our students to the best of our ability and making sure that we're closing any gaps that might be there. Wow, this is very hard to read. Okay, so within gap closing, if you look at the left-hand side, these are all of the points that are assigned for gap closing, and I'm going to go into each of these a little bit, but you can see at the very bottom, I think that says 48 out of 66 So we end up with a final percentage of 72.7. So spoiler alert, we have 5 stars, but I'll dig into each of those a little bit here. Adam, if you go to the next slide, the first thing we're going to look at are those bottom 4 components. We're looking at English language arts and math achievement. So that is just strictly test scores. And then we're looking at English language arts and math progress, which again, that's that value added. How much are we growing our students? But we're looking at the subgroups, not just all students. So Adam, if you'll go to the next slide, the 2 graphs are looking at achievement. So the one on the left is English language arts, the one on the right is math. And the orange bars are how our students in Loveland performed in each of those subgroups. And the black bars are the goals that the state set for us. So as you can see, we achieved far and beyond in math and English language arts in all of our subgroups for both of those categories. So our achievement looks really good. These components, you get a point for each one. So we're 9 out of 9 in English language arts and 9 out of 9 for math. At the bottom, you'll see the ELA 4 out of 9 and math 1 out of 9. And this is going to be an area of growth for us as a district. And I've already started having some conversations with our building principals, but this is the growth rating. And this is how many points we got for growth. So when we're looking at each of our subgroups that are listed up above, how many of those subgroups did we grow to what the state was expecting us to grow to? And so we got 4 points for English and 1 point for math. So Adam, if you go to the next slide, it just summarizes there. You can see the 9 out of 9, 9 out of 9 for the achievement pieces, and then 4 out of 9 and 1 out of 9 for the 2 growth pieces. The next thing we'll look at is chronic absenteeism and English learner proficiency and graduation. And you can see we got 5 out of 5 for all 3 of those. Each of those components is an all or nothing component. So you don't get 1 point, 2 points, or 3 points. It's 0 out of 5 or 5 out of 5. So you just have to meet the indicator in order to get those points. So if you go to the next slide, on the left, we're looking at the graduation rate. And again, we're looking at the subgroups because this is gap closing measure. So the subgroups that we have for graduation were economically disadvantaged, Hispanic, students with disabilities, and then white non-Hispanic. The reason that there's fewer, and you'll see this in the building presentations as well, they won't have as many subgroups as we have as a district is because you have to have a minimum number in that subgroup in order for it to count for your subgroups. So if you don't have 15 students in a particular subgroup, then that's not going to show up on here. So for graduation rate, I did the same type of bar graph. Orange is our Loveland students and black was the goal that was set by the state. So graduation, we did really, really well there. Chronic absenteeism, there's 3 ways you can meet it. One of the ways that we met it, and typically we meet it at least 2 of the 3 ways, but one of the ways that we meet it is the goal of having less than 20.2% of our students have chronic absenteeism. Last year, our percentage was 12.1, so we get all 5 points there. And then for our English learner progress is based on our EL students who score proficient or meet the growth target. The growth target goal is 46.6, and we were at 67.7, so well exceeded that one as well. So each of those 3 indicators is a 5 out of 5. And you can see that here. And then the last thing we'll look at is gifted. Actually, I think that's second to last, gifted performance indicator. This is the one that you can go super deep in the weeds. And we're looking at performance index, progress. So the same 2 things we were looking at before. We're looking at test scores for the performance index, and then we're looking at progress, value added for the growth, and then identification and services. And again, these indicators are also all or nothing, so 0 or 5. So on the left, we're looking at the performance index. And again, we're looking at advanced, accomplished, proficient, basic, limited, the percentage of our gifted students who scored in each of those categories. And then they use the same multipliers across and add it up. And we received 116.62 points. The max for the gifted index was 120.556. So we had a 96.7%. 96.5 was required to meet it. So we met that and we got our 5 points there. And then the gifted identification and services, what they're looking for here really is looking at our different subgroups, economically disadvantaged and then our underrepresented populations. And what they want to see is a ratio that matches our whole population. So for example, if we have 10% of our entire population is economically disadvantaged, then they want to see 10% of our gifted population economically disadvantaged. And so that's where that gap closing measure comes into effect here with this one. And so while we are serving a high number of students who are gifted, one of the areas, and this is maybe another area of growth for us to consider, is we are not quite meeting the mark on those identification and services in each of those subgroups. And then the last piece of the gifted is the gifted progress or growth, that value added piece. And if you receive 3 stars or higher, you meet the indicator and you get all 5 points there. So you can see our overall, we got 5, English language arts 5, math 3, and science 5. And again, this is just for our gifted population growth. And I will say our gifted students are oftentimes our hardest ones to grow because they're already achieving at such a high level. So to be able to grow them to this extent is really, really impressive and something that our teachers work very hard at and are obviously succeeding. So that is that piece of it. So 5, 5, and again, I mentioned the identification services. We did not hit the percentage that we needed there. And then the last one, Adam, oh, maybe I didn't. Oh, nope, you're fine. You're fine. So gap closing, again, this is just bringing it back to the very first slide to recap, 72.7%. So the goal was 60%. So we got our 5 stars there. And then the last piece is our graduation rate. So we're looking at a 4-year graduation rate and then a 5-year graduation rate. And so you're really in any given year, you're looking at 2 different cohorts. You're looking at the 5-year graduation rate, which would be students that graduated a year prior, and then the 4-year graduation rate for that current year. So it's weighted like a lot of other things are. So this should look kind of similar. For the 4-year graduation rate, we had a 98.1% graduation rate. Keep in mind, students who are on an IEP, students with disabilities who defer their diploma and don't pick up their diploma after 4 years. That is oftentimes why we may not be sitting at 100%. And that's something from the state, and every district faces this. So we're no different. We could just continue to do what's best for our students. So that's why that's there. But 98.1% for a 4-year graduation rate at a 60% weight gives us 58.9 points. And then for the 5-year graduation, 98.6% at a 40% weight gives us 39.4. So when you add those up, we're at 98.3, and we needed 96.5 to get our 5 points. So again, we're 5 stars on that one as well. So just a recap of our report card overview. I think we talked about a few of our areas of growth through this, but I think overall, we are an outstanding district and our teachers work very hard and we have wonderful students. And I think this shows on our report card. And again, overall 5 stars. So a lot to be commended there. Are there any questions that you have?
Questions or comments? Remind us, the buildings will begin to report then in January?
In January, we have LECC, LPS, and LES. And then in February, the other 3 buildings.
Any sense on one of your first slides, progress in the different buildings or different grade levels? For 6th grade, that was the one red band we had across both in English and math. Any sense of what was happening there in 6th grade this last?
Well, Julie and I have a meeting set up to start to kind of dig into that a little bit. We are actually going to be getting some training for our teachers on the value added piece, because that is one of those components that almost feels like it's this like formula that kind of lives up here and no one really can like grasp it or wrap their heads around it. So that's definitely an area that we're looking at, because as you pointed out, I think that's sort of the one piece whenever you look at all of that we can definitely see is an area. But also keep in mind, this is a 3-year trend as well. So we're looking at a 3-year average. It's not just based on last year's cohort.
Anything else?
So 5 stars is great. That's its own rating.
Yep.
But I go in and look at the high school numbers. And I know those are coming up in February. But I look at last year versus this year, and we've slipped points in almost every category. And our math scores are down, I think 57% for geometry and 70 something in algebra. How are we going to address that?
So,
And when I say that percentage, it's those students who meet the minimum standard. So that says roughly 43% aren't making it.
so are you referring to the achievement piece?
Mhm.
Okay, on the state test. So the math is really weird for us as a district, because as a district, we're able to take all of our students into account. So if you actually looked at, like, for example, our algebra scores as a district, they're much higher than that. But what's strange here is because 3/4 of our students take algebra in 8th grade, and then 1/4 of them take it in 9th grade. And oftentimes the ones that are taking it in 8th grade are going to be your more advanced students who have been on that accelerated math track. So if you compare LMS's, the middle school's Algebra 1 scores, they have almost 100% passage rate for Algebra 1. You look at the high school and you're looking at 9th graders, that 1/4 of the students that are not on that accelerated track, and their percentage is not as high. You're right. But if you put them together, we have a pretty good percentage overall. But because it's aggregated the way that it is, and it's broken up into the high school and the middle school, it does look very disproportionate. You're right.
So how do we improve it?
Well, Mr. Spencer and Mr. Broadwater and I were actually talking about that not too long ago. And I'm meeting with Ms. Burkett, who is the department chair, and she and I actually have a data meeting scheduled to start to look into that, because whenever I did a presentation there at the high school, there were a lot of questions and they became very curious. And so we're going to start to do some of that work this year.
A lot of it is, if we were to have the advanced kids, that are a little more advanced in the mathematics, if we would have them take 2 tests that year, the Algebra 1 and the math test, then the scores would be high. I don't think that's what's best for kids, to have them take 2 tests just for testing. So the difficult part is making sure that we're doing what's best for kids. The percentages, if we were to aggregate all the Algebra 1 scores, they'd be very good if it makes sense, but you've only got, the kids split up. But it is a data point that we're looking at, because it's there, but our kids are achieving. It's just how to look at the data.
And by the way, it's not that our scores are that much different than other people's. It's just, that's something I feel we really need to address.
Yeah, I think we have probably a higher percentage of kiddos taking Algebra 1 early here at Loveland versus some other schools. But you're right. I mean, it's not like we're too much different.
Linda, is it all right if I ask a question
Sure.
in a different angle, but I don't want to take away your time.
ahead.
What happens to an individual student who doesn't test proficient in Algebra 1? Are they in the high school until they test proficient in Algebra 1? What do we do for them so that they can test? Do you know what I'm saying? Where do they go? Where does an individual student who's in that group that Linda's talking about right now, that percentage, what happens to that student?
So are you asking that from a graduation perspective?
I'm asking it from a student perspective. What happens to the student? Do we make them keep taking algebra? Are there other ways the student can graduate? Are there other things they do to prove proficient in some other kind of math?
Yes. So basically, as far as graduation goes, you need to earn points. And so just because you don't score proficient in one of the tests, if you score higher than proficient in another one, you just have to meet a minimum number of points in math and in English, and then in science and social studies combined. So it's almost like a points game. So if you only get 2 points in one because you weren't proficient in one of the tests, but then you get 4 points in the other one, that'll give you the points that you need in order to meet that minimum requirement. However, we do have students that meet graduation requirements through an alternate pathway. So that's when, if you hear Drew's talking about the pre-apprenticeships, students can earn 12-point credentials. There's Ohio Means Jobs that students can complete. And so we offer a lot of different pathways for students to still be successful and earn their high school diploma. And if they pass algebra, no, we do not make them continue to take algebra. So if they can pass the test and not pass, they can pass the class and possibly not pass the assessment, in which case we will offer remediation and we will offer multiple retests for them to increase their scores, but there are also other pathways.
Thanks.
I ask one more follow-up on the math question. So in the math progress on gap closing, that was our lowest one there too.
Yep.
So Is there anything, because that's looking at the individual subgroups, is there anything in that data that's helping us to know, like targeting particular groups of students that we need to help more, or what was indicated there?
Right. So whenever we, and this is part of the weeds conversation that we could certainly dig into, and I don't have that pulled up tonight for us to necessarily look at. What I can say is it's definitely an area of growth for us. And there has been a lot of focus on literacy and reading and a lot of those pieces. But I think it's maybe time for us to start to look at some of those other pieces too. Also, a lot of our teachers have learned over the last several years that you may have a student who's sitting in your class. A student can fall into multiple subgroups. So you may have a student that is your all subgroup, and then they may also fall into the white subgroup or the Asian subgroup or whatever it may be. And they may also be economically disadvantaged. And they may also have an IEP, in which case their scores are counting for or against you multiple times. And so a lot of times you see those students hitting in all of those different categories and all of those different subgroups. And so it may pull your scores down in multiple areas.
We're all awake now. Anything else?
I had some questions if Linda was finished, but
Okay,
only
go for
if
it.
you're done. So just and Adam, help out with a little bit of this too. Like going back to slide 4 and 5, this is the overall achievement, looking at OST and EOC scores. So just kind of a quick overview. I know that you broke down on slide 5 achievement. Is this across all grades? That's our overall district
Yes,
picture?
this is the overall district one. So it will look a little bit different for each individual building. And the max scores change as well whenever you're looking at each individual building.
And do you guys trend out? Because we've talked a little bit about 6th grade. We've talked a little bit about one track taking geometry earlier, geometry or algebra in 8th grade?
Both.
One track taking them earlier, one track taking them later. And one of the problems that I've had in the short period of time that I've been on the board is what seems to be the constantly changing guidelines for now you're A, now you're 5-star, and you do an incredible job. And I don't want to disparage that at all, but like you're forced to jump through a lot of hoops to figure out how we score well. When we break it down to kind of the question that Linda asked, do we really break down and look at how has our 6th grade done historically on math at the end of the class?
Yes. So
And do we work on that over time?
yes. So one of the comparisons that I work on and then we share out with building principals is we look at the EOC or OST scores, depending on the grade level. And then we look at it 2 different ways. We look at it by cohort. So if we're looking at this year's 5th graders, we look at how they scored in 4th grade. And we also use our MAP projections. So we use that MAP 2 or 3 times a year, depending on the grade level, to help us project out. But then we also try to compare year to year. So 4th graders last year to 4th graders this year, and 2 years ago and 3 years ago. And so sometimes you're comparing apples to apples and sometimes you're not really. But a lot of times what we find is most helpful is looking at those cohorts, especially when we're looking at some of the lingering effects of COVID and some of the learning loss that took place there, to be able to follow those cohorts rather than just looking at 4th grade over time.
Well, and I have to say that I've been very impressed at your ability to make sure that we're receiving all of the points that were allotted. But just listening to you to go through like how that's accomplished, I almost feel like it misses some of what you just referred back to. So I just want to make sure that we keep our eyes on what Linda had brought up initially, like how are we doing year over year in math on 9th graders?
Right.
How are we doing year over year in 6th grade? And why is this showing up red? And has it always showed up red? And what are we doing differently?
Right.
I know we worked really hard on the reading programs in the lower grades, and we've already seen changes related to that. And I agree with you, like maybe, I feel a little bit like on the board, my focus has been too much on finance because that's been our battles for the past few years. And it's time to focus on achievement. So, thanks.
I love that, by the way.
Yes.
And then I will say, over time, the way that we look at it, it does feel a little bit like a game because they have changed things. And some of these components, we actually may have done, well, in several areas, we did better than we did last year, but they also moved the bar. So for some of the gifted pieces, it went from, you had to have 60% to 70%. So even though we improved, and not necessarily from the district perspective, but in some of the buildings, you'll see this, and Mr. Knapp's going to talk about this too. They improved significantly in one of the gifted categories. And if we had used last year's benchmark, they would have made it. But because the benchmark went up 10%, they didn't. And so that's where, you know, we have to have that hard discussion of, okay, we know we have to sort of play a game in a sense because we want to make sure that we're getting all the points that we can get, but we also want to make sure that we're doing what's best for kids. And sometimes if that means, you know, we're looking at, you know, the graduation rate 98.1, well, but we know why, and we can explain that, and we choose to do what's best for kids. And so it's 98.1, and we're happy with that because we know where the other 1.9% of those students are, and we know that we're still providing services for them.
Well, and that's actually a perfect segue into my, I think, second to last question, which was 12% absenteeism. Why it sounds better than 20% still sounds horrible.
I know
Like-
it hit well, and I can show you. I don't have it in front of me tonight, but I can get it to you over the years. I can pull up last year's presentation. It is trending in the right direction, so we are moving in the right direction there.
I can tell you, Capitol Conference, Reverend Alec was there, and Ms. Washburn. It's a concern throughout the state of Ohio, throughout the nation, the absenteeism. And there were a couple presentations on maybe why, but it's a concern that we do keep an eye on, and it'd be great if it was a little bit lower than what it is, but it's a concern.
Well, and as much as I agree with you, and I'm glad that you're keeping track of it, maybe it would be of some value to us to have a conversation about, I assume that the chronic absenteeism is focused in a certain group of people. What are we doing to make sure that we have their attention? You know, certainly there's other options available, and they can go to something different because it's better for them. That's great. And if they're just not going to school because they don't feel like it, that's not so great.
And the laws around the absenteeism have also changed recently, whereas for a while, it was very frustrating because we were having to send letters to families, even if they had excused absences, even if they had turned in a third-party documentation from a doctor. If they hit a certain number of hours, we were required to still send this truancy letter to them. And the state has realized that hasn't really been super effective because all it does is scare parents, right? Like, my child had surgery, they were out for 2 weeks, now I'm going to be sent to court. So some of those laws, they're sort of backtracking on a little bit, and they're making some changes to those pieces too. But we do have absence intervention plans. We do have designated people at each of the buildings to make sure that they're following up with the parents and having those meetings that are required. But some of that chronic absenteeism is some of those pieces that we're required to report, even though it may include excused absences.
Great. And I appreciate that explanation of it, because that makes more sense as to, I mean, again, 12% seemed like a fairly high number to me. The last one I had, and Adam, if you feel like putting it up, it's slide 10 out of 27. And this goes back to the kind of the constantly changing names and metrics. Is a proficiency in third grade reading as a mark of early literacy in the testing, is this equivalent to like the third grade reading guarantee, or has that gone away?
No, it has not gone away. There have been some changes that have been made to it. The piece that we do not, that 0% that we don't actually have to report on right now, and it looks like we would not have it in next year's either, because we're still under 10% for this year's kindergartners, which is great. But the piece that you don't see when we don't have to report on that is we're looking at the percentage of students that are off track. So for example, kindergartners this year that are off track, how many of them did we move to on track between fall of this year and fall of next year? So you look at kindergarten to first grade to second grade to third grade, and then third grade to fourth grade. And then they take all of those numbers and do some mathematical fancy calculations that luckily, you know, we're in a position we don't necessarily have to worry about it. But there have been some changes to the third grade reading guarantee, and we've recently sent out some letters to our parents, including some of those changes. And as I think I've mentioned before, there have been some changes to students that we need to provide the reading intervention plans for, and the high dosage tutoring as well.
Well, and then that's a perfect, because that'll feed into my last point, which is not to hit the screws into you, but this was the only one that you didn't manage to pull off 5 stars. So I'm pretty impressed by that. But my back of the envelope calculation was 237 out of 305 kids, which was 77.7% were proficient. That would have changed to 5 stars if it went up by 7 kids.
I know.
So I mean.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
We sat and went through every single student just to make sure, because we knew we were so close. And you know, it was frustrating, but you know, it's one of those, you just have to say, okay, what are we going to do to improve? And we're putting a plan in place, and we're hoping that, you know, next year it looks a little bit different.
Great. Thank you so much.
One of the things that I can't stress enough is that reading proficiency coming out of third grade, because in fourth grade, they start with story problems in math. If they can't read, they can't do the story problem. And then they learn to hate math. So by the time you get up to algebra, they've already thrown in the towel.
You make a good point.
I
One
would
of the
agree,
things
yeah.
that I was going to say before you mentioned those 7 children that we have to find and get them to read. We talked a little bit during COVID about the fact that we weren't seeing a slide as much in reading as we were in math because we felt like part of the reasoning we felt like was that families were able to continue the reading progress of their children much more easily, even though they were delayed by COVID and problems being in school than they were with math. And so I just felt it was an appropriate time to say, as I have said for a long time, if we can't give good education to our Loveland students, there's something wrong with us because we have really very good families, very attentive families, and we have people who are paying attention to their kids and they're very able to help them, particularly in the reading area. So maybe we need to teach more parents math. Maybe that's what no, it's just harder
math
to
name.
continue the math progress of a student at home than it is to help continue the reading. So we should be
Absolutely.
thankful to our families as
Yeah,
well, what they're
yeah.
doing with their students and what they're bringing to school with them when they come.
I was going to say, you're not going to make me take geometry again, are you?
I love geometry.
I
Use
will
Alex.
say at one of our town halls, a grandfather was a little upset with the math homework and the new math. And so it was a conversation that was entertaining, but also it is different. It's a little bit different. But what Linda said is an old high school math teacher. I agree 100%. I could tell which kids were struggling with the word problems because they could not read. They couldn't comprehend what do you get rid of? What can you keep? What's the good information? What's not the good information? If you recall, last year and the year before our ESSER funding, we brought in some extra reading specialists because to me, reading at the early level is the most important thing we can do for kids. And so we focus on it and our scores are showing it and we have our principals focusing on it, but it's important to make sure they get off to a good start. So I agree.
One more follow-up, but since we were just up there in Columbus and hearing about this whole department that does this has just been reconstituted. Did you hear anything on either one of you among your colleagues? Was any focus on any of this stuff that we're looking forward to for next year that they're targeting for changes as part of why they were reconstituting? Does this fall into that category of stuff that they really want to change, or you expect this to kind of just continue in the incremental changes like it has?
I think it will probably continue. And the thing I've heard in Mr. Broadwater, and I heard this at a BASA meeting, and then I think we both heard it a couple of times since, is we're very focused on the science of reading, and it sounds like there's going to be a very heavy math focus following a lot of this literacy and ELA pieces that are coming. There's a lot of changes happening this year throughout the year. Some of the pieces are not in place yet because we're still waiting on some things from the department. But I think once we get the literacy piece and we get through that, it sounds like the governor has a very high interest in moving on to math next.
We
So more to
at the
come.
BASA meeting, Governor DeWine spoke, and it's right when the Department of Education workforce was finally getting validated. And a lot of the focus was on the science of reading, which I believe math will probably follow, but it's also the workforce part of it. And I know they don't like the acronym DO for the Department of Education and Workforce. They're looking for something else, but the reading is a focus for Governor DeWine. But I think the workforce part is probably what they're going to focus on the most.
And I think we have a really great jumpstart on that with
Yep.
Drews Mitchell. And we just had a business advisory council tonight and we're picking their brains, and it was hard to even wrap it up after an hour so we could get here because it was such great conversation. So, and you'll hear about that in February or March. We'll have a presentation.
Thank you. Anything else? Thank you, Dr.
Yep, no
Pratchett.
problem.
All right. What comes after that on the agenda is, as usual, the administrator reports. Those are in board docs. Included in there are the building level reports, which you will hear a lot of information from our student representatives when they report. But those reports are available, and as always, those are there for board members to be able to review materials before they come to the meeting and are looking at resolutions. Then we move into the board president report. And so I have a short report this evening. Well, it's sort of short, but it's probably the last one I get to do, so it's exciting. First, I want to offer my congratulations to the newly elected Loveland School Board members, Christina Jaranek and Lynn Mangan. They are here this evening, and so congratulations on your election. I'd also like to congratulate Robert Vanover and Linda Cecil for their willingness to run for office. And we especially, as people have already mentioned this evening, thank her for her service on this board, her willingness to serve these past few months. So we appreciate it. Thank you. I'll let you know about communications that have come to the board since last meeting. They include a notice from the Auditor of State about clean audits regarding the STRS and SERS aspects of financial reports in the Loveland District. We received a request for information concerning after-school programs. That request was forwarded to building principals, and they have handled that request. And finally, we received a request for consideration of fees charged by the district, especially centered around parking fees at the high school. So I forwarded that request to Mr. Broadwater and asked that he bring information to the board as a report and as discussion in the near future. I don't believe that's in his report this evening, but it is on the radar that we consider what is being charged for individual fees, and particularly to look at parking fees at the high school. I do want to report that Great Oaks, speaking of workforce emphasis, Great Oaks did receive a $6.8 million grant from the state as a part of, I believe it was $22 million. It may have been $32 million that was available to career tech programs in the state. So Great Oaks received that $6.8 million. That will be centered mostly at the Laurel Oaks campus and will be in their welding program, their law enforcement program, and their newly developed electric vehicle support program. So they're doing work on electric vehicle technicians. As I noted, technically, this is the last scheduled meeting for the year, but I know that 3 of you anyway will remember the suggestion at the beginning of this year that the board reserve Tuesday, December 5th as a possible date for a work session meeting to discuss goals and plans for 2024. It does appear that there will also be action items possible for that meeting, including discussion of treasurer employment, courses that need to be approved, and a possible second reading of calendars that will be presented later this evening. There will not be policy work that would be done at that meeting, but there may be the first presentation of the policy for the board to look at that could be adopted in January. So what I'm doing is checking, and I did check with Ms. Cecil to see if she would be available on December 5th. So what I'm doing is asking for consensus of the board this evening to possibly amend the agenda and set up that meeting if we need to amend the agenda, or if we just need consensus to set a December 5th meeting. We did not set it at the beginning of the year. We just put in our brains to reserve it. So I'm looking up and down the table. I see heads nodding.
I'll make the motion.
I don't know if we can have a motion without amending the agenda. Do we need a resolution to set that meeting, Mr. Giuffre? We could have one. Okay. Can we, let me just ask this question. We do have an executive session. It is for discussion of employment issues regarding superintendent, regarding treasurer. So there may in fact be items to be considered after executive session. I'm not sure that there will be. Could we wait to amend the agenda at that point and add December 5th as an item and any other items that might come out of executive session work? Would that be all right? You will note that on the agenda this evening, there are items concerning the organizational meeting for January 2024. So we'll discuss them when we get to them. Okay. Finally, I hope you would allow me to share just a couple of thoughts, and then we'll move into other board member reports. This past week, I was able to help serve lunch in the LES cafeteria. It's an annual event where a holiday meal was served to students and staff. It's always been a favorite time for me. I don't think I'm all that much help, and I don't really think I look that good in a hairnet, but it is wonderful to see how the cafeteria looks the things that we've done to make it a pleasant space for the kids to eat, how the staff interacts with our kids as they go through the lunch line, what they're choosing for lunch, how they're paying for lunch, just the feeling that you get between the staff and the kids, and how the staff appreciates that small gesture of a meal at that time. It's really fun. So if you haven't had the chance to do it, I suggest that you think about it next year and consider how you look. Jonathan, you'll probably need to wear a net
Yes.
here instead of, anyway, a hairnet. So that brought to mind the fact that it's been a very good 32 years for me. I believe that the board members I've worked with have served our district very well, and I've been honored to serve with them. My hope is that Loveland will continue to work to serve all our students, to honor the contributions of our staff and our community, and listen to the voices of our citizens. As many of you know, I have never really accepted that trust and transparency have been the main issue. If there are opposing sides, yes and no, this versus that, if those sides believe that one or the other side must come out as a winner, then the only losers will be the students of the Loveland School District. I know that my own hopes, wishes, prayers, even when they're heard and understood, do not always result in the answer I was hoping, wishing, praying for. I hope we can all continue to be gracious to each other, knowing that we've been heard, and continue to work toward answers that best meet the needs of Loveland to the best of our ability. So that's my hope for the district. And I made it. And now it's anybody else's turn who needs to talk this evening.
Well, I will have something to say here. First off, I would like to thank all the Loveland voters who came out. I think it's great to come out and exercise your rights. I am not going to say the election was stolen, and to that end, I see Christine and Lynn here. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Good luck. I hope that no election goes unopposed. I hope we have candidates in the future stand up and run. It's not an easy thing to do. I would be happy to advise anybody who is going to run in the future. So thank you.
Thank you.
I was just going to say, first of all, congratulations. Dr. Puerta gave the report, but it really is the entire district that earned those 5 stars and is working towards the improvement of everything else as well. And so grateful to the entire administration and all of our students, staff, faculty for the work that they did to make that possible this last year. OSBA was a great conference again this year. And one of the things that was interesting that has been part of our ongoing conversation, I think is worth mentioning, is we had at our Alliance meeting yesterday, which is an advocacy group that works to think about issues that districts like Loveland, some of the other suburban districts face that are unique among the state districts. We had both a state senator and someone from the House that was there that have been part of a lot of the education discussions, including what's been happening around valuations for homes. And just to say that they're still not there. It was interesting to hear both a senator and a House representative there with 2 different opinions kind of about where that discussion is in each of those bodies. And so it's going to be interesting to see when and how we finally get some kind of a ruling around that. And the Senate seems more interested in talking about homestead than the 3-year average. And so we'll see.
Does that mean we don't have to pay taxes now?
Yes, right. That's right. We don't have to pay taxes. But that's just an interesting ongoing conversation, obviously, that affects us significantly. But lots of other great workshops helping us think about the work that we do. We all tried to put our little maps down and cover as many different topics and varieties of things. I went on treasurer contracts, so that was very helpful and timely for where we are in our work. So a good conference. I don't know, Eileen, any other comments, reflections from the conference that you've had?
I think you summed that up very nicely, but it was definitely nice to hear that they're hearing the concerns of local districts and are looking into solutions and are willing to listen and make changes at the upper levels. Like Reverend Eilert, I attended sessions, and I would say the most interesting one had to do with AI and just the upcoming changes and what that will look like for districts and classrooms and students and such. So exciting things to come.
You guys will leave it to me who has the least to add. Yeah, I want to say, I think I'll wrap this up by saying thank you to all of you. Thank you for Jonathan and Eileen going to the OSBA meeting and taking the time to do that. I know that it's lots of fun, but I also know that it's a lot of work too, so I appreciate it. And next year, with enough knowledge, I'll block my schedule out so that I can go. And the second thing I want to say is, Kathy, and you've heard this from me before, both publicly and privately, but I can't stress enough, 32 years of service to our community is incredible. You have given a lot of yourself and of your life to make this school district what it is. And I've seen that in action, and I'm very nervous for how we'll do next year. So I want to say that I appreciate that. And Linda, I know that coming in a position of somebody who is seen as an outsider of the school community is not an easy thing to do at all. And I've really appreciated your insight and your financial knowledge. And even though I was here for 2 years before you, it's been really helpful for me. So thank you for taking the time to do that.
Okay.
So you said you were going last and you had the least to say, but I would like to second what Eric said too. Thank you for taking the time, and I'm sure that you'll continue to be part of discussions and committees and such. Dr. Lorenz, I'm not saying anything yet.
Yeah, okay. Well, it sounds like maybe we'll have another meeting, so,
That's right.
unless you don't want me to come to that. So that's- Okay. Okay, I think that's enough for board reports. We'll move to student reports, and they will tell us lots of great stuff. Looks like CJ is first.
Hello, everyone. I'm CJ Margaff, and I'm the reporter for LECC, LPS, and LES. So I'll start with some building and department projects. The LES third graders took the air test just a couple weeks ago, October 25th and the 26th. Their scores will be reported later, and we'll be able to assess how well they did. All three schools have completed conferences. The parent-teacher conferences and new, actually, virtual conferences are available now for parents who maybe can't come in. So just to make it more compatible for everyone. LECC is working to finalize plans for preschool and kindergarten enrollment for the 2024-25 school year, so next year. Next, we have student staff accomplishments. At LES, students donated over 35,000 pairs of socks for their Socktober fundraiser. All of the socks went to nearby homeless shelters. I thought that was pretty cool. All students K through 4 are now participating in the Pass It On food drive, which will be donated to the Life Food Pantry. So that will help with Thanksgiving meals and Christmas meals over the holidays. LECC had its terrific Tiger Award ceremony for October and also November, which was yesterday. Congratulations to all the terrific Tigers. Next is the professional development update. All buildings are now participating in the ALICE training for active response to a threat. I personally can say, Mr. Bryant talked to us at the high school. It was very good. So that we're just prepared in an event of an emergency. Teacher evaluations are in full swing at all three schools to help us achieve that last 5 in the category, as Dr. Puerta said earlier. Mrs. Foreign, Mr. Fancher, and Mr. Patterson are all participating in a regional roundtable too for principals. Now I'd like to move on to something, the Superintendent Advisory Council. Aaron, Ellie, and I have been meeting with Mr. Broadwater among 13 other students and Mr. Setters and Mr. Collier as well. And we discussed parking at the high school. I'm sure it is a challenge, and a possibility of a right-hand turn lane by the light on Rich Road, which would be a lifesaver. The Middle School Advisory Council, which we could possibly implement, was another one of our ideas. Which another one was Mr. Mitchell and career shadow opportunities. Personally, I've been talking to Mr. Mitchell, and I actually got a shadow opportunity at Choice One Engineering, a civil engineering firm. So I wanted to just highlight what Dr. Puerta said, as Mr. Mitchell is just remarkable, and he's a great resource to all our students here. We have been meeting monthly, roughly, and I think it's been great to put our heads together and to really get a student's perspective to Mr. Broadwater and of course, Mr. Setters and Mr. Collier. I think it has been great, and I hope that we can continue to do that in the future. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Aaron Spute. I have the LIS and LMS report. I'll start with Red Ribbon Week. Students and staff participated in Red Ribbon Week. That's hard to say. October 23rd to 27th. And the theme was Be Kind to Your Mind, Live Drug-Free. The campaign encourages students to live a drug-free life. Students dressed in red on Monday and Loveland gear on Friday. Information was shared over announcements and students signed a banner during lunches. LIS also recently hosted 2 nights of family teacher conferences, both in person and virtually, and they appreciate so many families showing up to support their children. The LMS Student Council also recently hosted a fall dance for students. They dressed up in Halloween costumes and had music, concessions, and good times. I don't remember my fall dance. I don't know if it didn't happen or if it was COVID or maybe I didn't get asked. The Pass It On food drive in collaboration with Life Food Pantry, LIS and LMS students are currently participating in the Pass It On food drive, collecting food for Loveland families in need for the holidays and helping to stock the shelves of the food pantry for future needs. Long Walk to Water is a great LIS tradition that continued last month. Students learned about some of the global challenges in communities. I think they partnered up with an organization helping to drill wells in Sudan, and they raised over $10,600. LMS students also recently completed their production of The Addams Family full drama performance. They did a wonderful job. I went on Thursday, and if you went, you may have seen a cameo from one of our local celebrities showing up in that production. And not to rain on Ellie's parade, because I'm sure she'll bring it up, but if you want to come see something rotten this week at the high school, got to run to rehearsal right after this, but it's going to be great. And then I also just wanted to comment real quick. As a senior, I certainly value my attendance, but for some of my less punctually inclined peers, we recently received a advisory meeting like 2 weeks ago talking about some of the new punishments, or maybe not punishments, encouraging negative repercussions for tardies and absences. So if you're coming late to school or not showing up, now you can get lunch detentions and all kinds of fun incentives. So I think that is definitely a focus at the high school. And then real quick, upcoming events. Right now is the LIS LMS Book Fair. Then we have Camp Kern later this week. I know high schoolers also work with that to work as counselors. Then we have break from on the 20th to 24th, 5th through 7th. We have the 6th grade music concerts. And then on the 5th and 12th, we have the LMS and LIS spelling bees respectively. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm the high school representative. So as my fellow representatives already talked about, we had our advisory council meeting, and I just want to put it out there that when we talk about best for the students, I would say that advisory is the epitome of what is best for the students, because it's the students literally talking to Mr. Broadwater, Mr. Collier, and Mr. Setters. It just makes me really happy because I get to see my peers talking about really important things, and I'm like, holy crap, these people are so smart. Oh, I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry. That's not appropriate. But thanks. Yeah, it just not okay. Well, it just makes me so happy. I love seeing them. They feel so comfortable around these adults, and I think that's also really neat. Like the conversation is so natural. It's just, here's my idea, and then it's a yes, I like that idea, instead of a and who are you to talk, you know? So I love that. We also had our showcase night, which was hosted at Loveland High School, and it was a huge success. Different organizations and clubs got to show off their incredible programs. I would like to add that anybody who got the opportunity to go to this showcase has a new perspective on our school. The high school was full of incredible groups that truly illustrate just how amazing Loveland is. A huge thank you to all of the students involved, as well as the adults that helped run the event. As Aaron already mentioned, The musical is going to be this weekend called Something Rotten, and I've heard that it is hilarious. So please add that to your weekend plans because they've been working so hard. For athletics, our Loveland High School cross country team placed 11th overall in the OHSAA's Girls State Cross Country Meet. Gosh. Congratulations to Caroline Mernan, who was named All Ohio with her 19th place finish. Ronan Wolford qualified for the OHSAA Boys State Cross Country Meet and finished 52nd out of 184. The seniors also got to visit DC this year. Their 8th grade trip was canceled due to COVID, and the trip had lots of fun activities, as well as a good look into the history of the United States. I've heard that it was a great time, minus the sickness, but a huge thank you to our chaperones that made this trip possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks to all our students, and I heard you say you need to leave to go practice. So you're welcome to stay, anyone who can stay, but also we understand that you have responsibilities you need to get to too. So
Are you
thank
wearing
you.
an egg outfit?
Oh,
All right, good, good. Oh, good, good.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. It's really good to hear from our students. And as always, then our superintendent needs to follow all of that. So, Mr.
So
Broadmoor.
they should be doing my presentation. They're really good. I was able to participate in the play, The Addams Family. They nailed my talent, had my head sticking in a picture frame where I said nothing and just looked like an old man. So I nailed it, but it was awesome. The kids did a great job, and it's unbelievable the talent we have. And so my wife and I will be there this weekend watching the high school kiddos too. So we have such great kids, and it's fun hanging out with them. So I'm going to take a couple minutes and go through a couple items. I'm going to turn over to Mr. Meldon from Love Our Land. But the first thing I'm going to mention is the Board of Education had kind of thrown the gauntlet down to make sure that we continue community conversations. It's something that's important to us. It's something that's difficult, right? It's difficult to reach out and grab people and bring them in to listen. And so we're going to make every attempt, continue to do that. One of the ways we're doing it this December, I asked the principals to design a Grandparents and Great Influencers Day someday in December or a week, depending on what fits into their schedule. Hopefully it's not too much more work for our staff, but really get the grandparents in, get the great influencers in, and see the great work that we do throughout the day, and just understand just how good our kids and our staff are. We are an excellent school district. So with that, also the town halls, give you the board a quick recap. The community engagement, which is the next slide. We've had great feedback from last year's levy-related town halls. If you recall, we kind of started town halls where we had interaction, and people seem to like that. So we're continuing it this year. We're expanding it, sustaining it through a long-term. We will go this year. We will go the next 2 or 3 years, depending where we are with our community engagement. But it is a long-term effort. Our goal this year is strictly to listen. We break into smaller groups, and I just listen and see what people have to say. And the thing I would stress is it's not about more resources or finances. It's about how can we best use our resources. If we are able to bring back a gifted teacher like we were able to this year, where were we able to allocate that resource from, which we did. We didn't add a staff member, we reallocated. So I want to stress it's not about more resources, it's about utilizing properly. We started September 1st. We put it out on the website, social media, community newsletters, postcards, put all of that out. The survey, we had nearly 500 responses so far, which I would say is a pretty good sample size for a district our size. And we will continue to put out surveys and try and get the feedback from the public and I just want to go through the slides fairly quickly. But the first slide I've got down there is academic excellence and student success. If you notice, we asked them to take a look and rate us when it comes to assisting students in achieving academically. 57.7% of our respondents said we were very effective as a district doing that. 35.2% somewhat effective. So overall, it looks like the survey respondents are pretty pleased with the academic excellence. Obviously, just like this evening, we will look to get better each and every day, each and every year, and continue to do that. The next slide, the academic excellence and student success. Innovation for students has been a priority when it comes to providing innovation opportunities. How do you think Loveland compares to other school districts? If you notice, the red is slightly better. It is the largest at 35%. Next, much better than other districts is 17.7. So altogether, about 52% of the respondents believe we're doing a little bit better than other districts when it comes to innovation. We put that question on because it was something, it was an item from the strategic vision that seemed to be a concern. So we put that question on to see where we were with that. The next slide is academic excellence and student success. And when it comes to that, we wanted to really know where our community was, what were their concerns, and kind of like the Department of Education and Workforce, it's college and career preparedness is at 64.8%, which is a large percentage of what our parents and community are concerned about. And we will continue to move forward on that. Like Dr. Puerta said, we did have the Business Advisory Council this evening, and it is an excellent functioning committee. Student and staff safety and well-being. If you look at security of school buildings, that came at 67.1%. Mental health resources come in at 67.6%. Then you had some other items there. So those are the two items that when you look at staff safety and well-being, continue to jump out at what our community is concerned about. And so that's it's a good data point for us as we move forward. And the next one is, while all important, which item discussed in the survey would you say is your top priority or focus? Academic excellence is the first one. And we reviewed that quite a bit this evening. Again, we'll always try and get better and strive to get better, but academic excellence next, student and staff safety and well-being, followed by school finance and then school facilities. So the academic excellence is what our respondents were concerned about the most. The feedback, and I know I'm going through fairly quick, but I want to make sure we get through as we go through. Town hall feedback. Overall, it's been positive feedback. It would be great to get more people involved. We've had, first meeting was about 30. Last meeting, I would say we had about 20, 25 people along with our staff. So it would be great if we get some more participation. It is an opportunity for improved communication with community and stronger relationships. Questions that we are getting are about finances, vocational offerings, core curriculum, transportation, facilities, and safety. And the other feedback that we had, as we've had them fill out a survey at the end, positive feelings about academic excellence, educational opportunities, and mental health support. So all this feedback is what we received after at the end of the evening for both of those. So we have a quick little video. Adam, if you could click on that.
I didn't really know what to expect. I think it's been very informative, and I think that you've all welcomed our feedback, and I think it's been a positive experience, and I would recommend coming if you love the school district like we do.
I think they would benefit a lot if they took the time and the opportunity to come to this, because they'll get information that maybe they weren't even aware of that's happening at maybe a different grade level than where their student is.
It's nice hearing the questions that are being asked too, because then that it's something that people at central office, that it's something that's being thought about, and not just from the people that are in the district, but also looking for input from people that are going through the district. It makes it more of a widespread discussion, and I appreciate knowing as a parent and as a community member that these are questions that are being considered on a daily basis. And I expected just to sit and kind of listen tonight, but this has forced me to kind of think about some of the questions, and I think had a lot more fruitful discussion than if there was just someone up leading the room.
It's been good getting everybody's different aspects with the kindergartners and the graduated kids already, and yeah, I feel like I brought something to the table because I do have a wide range of kids. And
everything affects you more, I think, on a local level. And having our schools here, they really are part of Loveland. They are what makes Loveland, whether you want to admit it or not. So I think you need to get involved if there's things that you want to say, things you want to know about.
Thank you. And the last slide, just to wrap it up, the community engagement, we are going to continue. We're going to have a couple dates in the spring. We have not set those dates yet. And then we will have a third date probably in May, just to determine the direction for next year. The thing that is always going to happen is there's always going to be topics that become hot topics. And we want to have the venue to where we have the opportunity to talk to the community about that and just get their input and make sure we're moving forward in a good direction. So we'll get those dates out soon. And in the spring, I now want to turn it over to Mike Meldon for Love Our Land presentation and a little conversation. So Mike, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. We just wanted to come and speak to you about two new initiatives that we have. We're a local nonprofit focusing on the environment. Over the first couple of years we've been around, we've done a lot of work with the Loveland Learning Garden, as you're all familiar with, and they're down at the elementary and primary school. We think they do an amazing job, and we get down and help out as much as we can. We were thinking, how can we continue their work? How do we get that to go throughout Loveland School, children, students throughout their time here? And as we were knocking this around, serendipity kind of came about. Two things happened. One was a change to graduation that's going to be coming along with the sophomores here, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. The other one was Leslie Papa, a teacher here at the intermediate school, right? Yes, I didn't have middle of it. She reached out to us and said, hey, what can we get going at the middle schools? And so I was like, oh, well, perfect. This is exactly what we were looking for. So we have a program called the Youth Conservation Team, or YCT, and I'll let her speak to that.
I met Mike and Doug last spring when I started. I took over Science Club last year, and I had another teacher say, hey, have you heard of Love Our Land? And I said, no, and looked it up on the website. And Doug, the ecologist of the team, came and presented to the kids, which turned us into a conversation, which has now turned into a whole kind of movement here on this campus. So we've recruited some kids. We have our base core, and I think our biggest, most important thing to us that it's student run. The idea is to expose the kids to, we're starting with plants because we do ecosystems in 5th grade here. And kids understand that everything has to start with the producers and go on up. So we're starting with plants, talking about invasive species. Next month, well, actually the end of this month, the meeting's here, and we're going to be walking around the campus pinpointing all kinds of things for them to go to. They were at Grailville last month for the meeting. Just trying to get more members. I'm kind of the driving force here because they have me. What we'd really like to do is expand it so it's not just Loveland schools. We have a couple of St. Columbia kids that have been joining, trying to get the whole community involved in this, hoping that they're going from the Learning Garden to the Youth Conservation Team here. And then there's a whole environmental aspect that happens up at the high school with a really great teacher up there. So just trying to really get our kids to feel like their voices are heard, and what they do is very important, and it's their world.
One point I think that's really interesting about that program is it's real life. The beginning there, she's going to be helping them learn new things and get out, and it's kind of what we call connecting. And then the next phase is going to be where they're going to city council meetings, where they're going to tree and environment committee meetings, and creating a plan and working with them to actually implement it. And that would be the second semester of school, and hopefully over the summer, because it is 5th through 8th grade. So hopefully these students will be with us for a few years in this program. And then the second initiative we have is our community SEAL program. Those of you are, I'm sure you guys are more familiar than a lot of people, but the state changed graduation requirements coming with this year's sophomores. They're going to need 2 SEALs on their diploma. And so we thought this was a great opportunity. They already have a great environmental club that we work with up here. We just did an event not too long ago, a project of clearing non-native invasives out front. And we work close with them. We thought this would be a great way to step in and help out with those kids that need this seal and be a resource for them. And if you're not familiar, you need 2 seals, but there are going to be a lot of students that are overachievers and want all the seals, right? So we're going to have a diverse group that we hope to work with. And you can get your seal one of 2 ways. You can either do a large project that you sit down and we would discuss, or you could do 20 hours of service. We expect to take about 10 kids a year, 10 students a year, and they can apply at any time after their 8th grade summer. So they can get this done at any time. So it's from 8th grade summer on up. And we would interview them, and our focus is definitely Loveland. But we've reached out to Moeller and local high schools too to take any of those students that would want to come in too. But yeah, we would work through this process, make it meaningful, let them get a lot out of it, and then actually give back to the community too at the same time. So those are 2 new initiatives. If you have any questions.
Thank you. Questions?
I don't know that I have as much of a question for you because I think that was fairly clear what your vision is, and I really appreciate it. But I do say, and it's a little bit hard to build this into the construct of a school day and of education, but we've really lost in our society touch with outside in nature, and everything screens and inside and not even talking to each other face to face.
Right.
So I'm really glad that you're taking the time and the effort to kind of reintroduce us to the world.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And I will say thank you to Leslie and Mike for coming in, take your time in the evening, and thank you for doing this program and reaching out to me. I think it's a great program for kids, and it's a great continuation of what's going on at the elementary. So it's awesome, and I appreciate it very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
The last thing I will end up with is Ellie mentioned the DC trip, and our seniors went on our DC trip. They did not get to go as 8th graders in the middle school due to COVID. So I would first like to thank our advisors for taking seniors on a field trip. That's to DC. That's a big challenge. And what I want to report back is our kids were awesome. They got to lie the wreath down at Arlington National Cemetery. You can see the 4 students' names there. The kids, and this is a report from Mr. Bryant who went. The kids were amazing, from Chick-fil-A to rest stop to the hotel and tour guides. Our kids were the best, polite, cleaned up after themselves, and managed to manage the physically demanding trip. The tour guide said we were the best she'd had in 16 years. I'm going to assume she had only done 16 years. So our kids are awesome. I think you can see by the 3 kids that represent us, we have great kids, which means we have great parents, a great community, and a great staff. And so I just thought I'd give you a little good news with that and report that out. And the last thing I have is Mr. Collier, if you could bring up the flowers that we have for the last meeting for Dr. Lorenz. This is from the central office administrative team. And now I hear we might have a December 5th, but you're not getting flowers December 5th too. I want to say thank you again.
Thank you very much.
And I do want to say thank you to Linda Cecil for participating on the board.
I'm not going away. You hear from me.
And to Mr. Dufresne, I don't know if this is your last meeting, but
And I'd like to say that it was a little more than 16 years ago, but I took a senior trip to Washington, DC. So maybe that's what the tour guide was thinking of. My group was the best. But.
Our OPSI group that wants to provide cookies, since
Not
Dr.
the
Lorenz
cookies.
always talks about cookies.
I used to torture Mr. Doherty saying that we were going to have cookies. So thank you very much. And I noticed Linda has cookies, Rob has cookies, no cookies for this
right.
side
Well,
of the table. Sorry.
Sorry.
We know who needs it the least, so.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I can't see you now. I'm gonna, let's see, where should I put these?
behind you.
I guess. I hate to put them on the floor. They smell so good. Thank you very much. Now I think Mr. Collier is up because we're going to have the first reading of the 2024-25 and 25-26 academic calendar. That's going to take a long time for him to read that whole thing. And he told me today that someone found a typo that I didn't find in the calendar. So I don't know who that was, but.
True story. All right, good evening, everybody. I'm Garth Collier. I am wanting to go over some information with those of you who are on the Board of Education. As you know, every year we look at adopting a calendar for the following year. Different districts do it in different ways, and we've actually done it a couple of different ways here in Loveland. Really for just for families to be able to plan around the calendar. We're looking at 2 years for this time. So it carries us out for a couple of years. The information that was in board docs and the information I sent you was all the same. Would you like me to go through any of the info?
I think you gave us some calendar notes, but maybe there are some highlights of notes that you might want to hit for the audience this
Sure.
evening that they can hear what's the change. And I will note that we used to, at one point, do a calendar 2 years ahead. And I feel like maybe this is a good way to do it because it's next year and the year after. When you do it 2 years ahead, it's always confusing to folks. If you accept a calendar this year, but it's 2 years out, they get mixed up with which year we're
Sure.
talking about. So I think this works well to give plenty of
Great.
time.
So a couple of things to point out that would be some differences from some items on our calendar that have been kind of like a traditional calendar here. And I'll point out those things for the board and of course for anyone else who would like to view these. These are, of course, on board docs. So anybody, remember these are drafts, but some of the information that's a little bit different is that we are working in an additional in-service day for our teaching staff at the beginning of the year. So that's a change from our calendar in the past. We are changing the amount of student days from 176 days down to 175 days, i.e. that in-service day at the beginning of the year is the reason for that. Below, so you guys know, in that notes section, there is some explanation about the state requirement for hours that all the kids have to have in different grades, and then a comparison of in our surrounding districts, how many days of school that they have. And it was just to make sure to note that we're still, compared to our surrounding districts, we have the number of student days is still towards the top of that group, even though we're reducing by a day. Another change that we're looking at is Veterans Day. So we just got finished celebrating Veterans Day, of course. Here in Loveland, it's traditionally been a day where there isn't any school in session for that day. And so that is one way to kind of honor veterans. Something that we have been looking at and working towards is moving towards having school on that day, but then doing some things in our buildings to kind of represent Veterans Day, having veterans come in, having some programs. We feel like, just like Mr. Broadwater mentioned, having that be a difference maker, and Grandparents' Day, trying to get folks to be in. This is an attempt for us to make sure that our community knows that we value veterans and that we value that day. So that's a change in our calendar going forward for the next 2 years. And then the last change that's a little bit different would be the election day piece. LECC is a polling location, and traditionally LECC, LPS, and LES have used that day where there's no students in session, and they've been doing conferences then. Having a day where half of our district has a student day and the other half the district doesn't is a little troublesome for some of our families. Also, there is a desire for additional conference time for, especially here at the intermediate middle school campus. So we're moving towards that day being a remote learning day for all students. And then that day is a day where staff are all here and being able to utilize it for conference time for all of our staff, and it being consistent.
Any questions?
You have the end of second quarter after winter break now? Will exams still be before winter break, and then it's just that it closes out after? Or will exams be after?
For next school year, so exams at the high school is a topic of discussion, and I know that they are beginning to talk about, there was already some discussion last year. There was some increased discussion this year about exams. I think what we're going to be talking about is now that, depending upon what the decision is for exams, and trying to make sure that we have the quarter ending at the same time at which these exams may or may not happen, that if we no longer have exams, then we can equal out first semester and second semester in the number of days, which would move the end of the second quarter a little bit after winter break. Mr. Spencer, we've been working with him, and I know Dr. Porch has been working with him about, he's working with his staff to see how many teachers are giving exams and how many aren't, and what kind of direction we're moving forward with. So he knows that this is the proposed calendar for those years, but I would expect that after a decision is made about how we're going to move forward with those days, that the calendar beyond these 2 years might reflect a change in that area as well.
I'll throw in that I'm the stick in the mud on election day, and I have been since I came onto the board. When I realized that LECC was a polling place, but the other schools were also closed. It was explained to me at that point in time that half of the first grade was at LECC and half of the first grade was at LES, and so that
Correct.
was the reason to close it. I'm used to the conferences being after school and not during school. I don't think it's a good idea to go to a remote learning day in the middle of November to make a nod towards election day when we have one of our 6 buildings closed. So I would be against that as a proposed change. And I realize that it's not my final decision, but I don't see any logic behind cutting away further educational time in the building to give more time for teachers to do things during the school day that could otherwise be done and not affect learning that much.
Sure. A little bit of information to make sure that we're both talking about the same thing. All of our grades, we have all the grade levels in all the buildings. There are evening conferences, and the comp day for that, because that would be teachers working all day and then on 2 different evenings working a half day each one of those evenings. The comp day for that is the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, and that's already the same across throughout the district. The number of parents that come in for conferences tends to be much higher at kind of like a K through 6 or K through 8 area versus maybe, a 7th or 8th grade through high school. So it is true that originally, with LECC being a polling location, and when first grade was split between the campus down here by Kroger and LECC, that was one of the reasons why those 3 schools all had no students that day. And then needing the additional conference time, of course, was an additional need. And it's just now the desire of the district, making sure that not having that split day for families. We hear some feedback every year about, people that both people in our house work. If my 3rd grader is off, but my 8th grader is at school, they're usually the ones that are caring for them during the day, those kinds of things. So that's why we're trying to kind of combine 2 things, a need for more conference time, but then keeping it consistent for our families. And I'm not arguing against your point, just making sure that you realize that we still had evening conference time.
To me, you made it a perfect argument for why to do it that way, but my argument would be the opposite. Maybe all the kids should be in school, not out of school.
Yeah, I would urge the idea of during election day, especially at LECC, having hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of folks in our buildings while school's in session. I would for sure want to be talking about the safety pieces of that aspect, but for the places that aren't polling locations, I hear you.
And again, it's a little bit of the challenge of us offering our facilities for a polling location. I feel that there's some responsibility for us to do that for our community, but I don't think that you know, first through 12 should pay the price for pre-K and kindergarten being off.
Well, I can tell you I hear you, and that's why we have a first reading, so we can go through and look at it. The better solution for me was not having LECC as a polling station, but we don't have that option. So therefore,
Contractual obligation.
no, we have to have it as a polling station. And so therefore, with that, November, especially next year, November 24 is a presidential election. You're talking about a lot of people coming in and out of a building. So LECC, if it's a polling station, I think it makes sense to have it closed. The other part of it, I hear the contractual part is the LES LPS, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of the conferences or
Contractually, either way, there's nothing different about the contract for LECC through LES versus the rest of the district in terms of conference time. Other than that, there's just a much higher need. Basically, if a teacher at LECC, let's say that they have 22 kids in their room, I would say we have really great attendance with all 22 of those families coming in and having a conference for 15 minutes with each kid. You can't fit all of those families in those 2 times, where, in essence, versus maybe the percentage of parents that attend conferences at maybe a high school level are different. So there's just a different need in that case. Were you referring to something different though, Mr.
Well, I was
Butler?
LPS, LES in terms of having the conferences during the day of that election day. I was thinking there were constraints in regards to that as well for our staff.
No, nothing I'm
Okay.
aware of.
And wouldn't that be a great field trip day or a day to come over and watch a play at the high school?
For our LECC students, well, to get them onto the campus, the polling station's open pretty early. It'd be pretty tough for
The bus
those.
just goes there instead of going to LECC.
I don't logistically, I don't see how that would work. The bus, we can control the buses, but having parents coming in and out, I'm not saying it's impossible. It would be very difficult logistically to make sure we're keeping track of all those kindergarten kids.
Just as another idea, and again, I understand the challenge if you have a kindergartner at home. Wouldn't polling day be a great time to have conferences with LECC families?
That is what
That's
happens.
what they do.
Right, so we can take away a third of our problem with the conferences just by having it on that day and not affecting the other schools. You're saying that it's LECC through, say, 6th grade that have issues, not 7 through 12. So I don't even know why we're having this conversation.
I think I've been unclear. I'm really sorry. Currently and traditionally, LECC through LES, so that would be preschool through 4th grade. On election day in November, there haven't been students present, and the teachers host conferences that day. So, for example, at LECC, the coming and going of the traffic of everybody voting that day, in addition to the traffic for the conferences, that's the traffic for that building for that day. Not having students in session and then not having all of the buses also being there during all of that time, of course, is why we are closed. So if we were to move back to, let's just say, a traditional calendar that we've had here for a number of years, it would still be LECC through LES being closed on November election day, but LIS 5th grade through 12th grade through LHS would continue to come to school. That's the day where half the district is in session with students, the other half of the district is not in session with students. I'm sorry,
You're
Eric.
making perfect sense. And what I'm saying is use LECC. Again, we can talk about this another time. I'm against that. It's that simple.
And this is the opportunity to have this first reading to
Absolutely.
get the sense of what's going on with the calendar. It's also the calendar, it's actually a legal requirement that the calendar be available, not the 2 years from now, but the next year, so that there's a chance for members of the public to have been made aware of the calendar and also to know what's there. So it's a time to take these pieces of information and opinions about things. So
Do we have any data that exists on, and I'm not asking for it now, sorry.
That's right.
About attendance rates of conferences in the evening versus daytime?
You mean
Like
for LECC? Well,
the
I could,
primary and
yeah, I could
intermediate
ask. It's always, so
or
when conference
elementary, I
time
mean.
comes around, it's always open for people to be able to pick what works best for them. I don't know if I'm gonna have access to data back when there was only an evening option and what percentage would come. And then when we added a during the day option, how many that increased. Really what this comes down to, I think, is that there would just be, if we didn't, let's say that we either stick with the traditional calendar to where it was LECC through LES being off, no students that day, and conferences happening then. Let's say for some reason we went the other direction, only LECC being closed for students that day. And then LPS and LES, what they would be doing, basically those then would be times they would be scheduled at random times. It would be trying to get parents in before school starts, trying to get parents in maybe during a lunch bell, trying to get parents in during an after school time. They won't be able to fit all of them in on the conference time that's given. So we would, I mean, basically it would be kind of like saying to the staff, you need to figure it out on your own time, which we would really have to talk about because that could be troublesome.
So does the contract, I don't recall off the top of my head, stipulate just the 2 evenings that are required then, or?
Yeah,
There's
the
a lot of-
contract just says that, in essence, that there are times for conferences where they have to work in the evening and it's equivalent to a day, and that there's then a comp day for that, which is the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. The piece where there's no students for the younger buildings on that day, that is not something that is in the contract that we do or don't have to do.
Because other districts do, a lot of other districts do 4 evening conferences to a semester, but then
Yeah.
there needs to be another comp day given for teachers.
Correct. There's different ways to do conferences. There's multiple districts that use the November election day as a remote day, like I'm proposing for tonight. There's lots of different ways that we could manage things. I would say the biggest one for me was continuing to hear from building principals about families not liking that half of their students or their kids are in session and the other half aren't, would be a big one. And then needing additional conference time. If we could fix 2 problems with 1 calendar change, that was what we were looking for.
The other thing I'm going to throw out there is a lot of parents get November 11th off. Pretty standard holiday. They don't get election day off.
Oh, you're talking about Veterans Day, yeah.
I'm talking about parents having the extra day. I mean, next year it would be a 3-day weekend. And I can see people just pulling their kids to go see grandma or whatever.
Oh, so we're talking about something different because the conference time having to do with a change with Veterans Day are 2 separate things. So you're saying, in addition to having questions about the conference time, having Veterans Day where their school is in session.
And parents are off work.
Parents are off work, yeah. We are the only district that I know of that doesn't have students attending school on Veterans Day in this area. I can, what I maybe can do for the board is to look at all of Claremont and Hamilton counties. Those are where our schools reside, and to let you know 2 things. 1, how they handle conferences, and 2, what they do with Veterans Day, if that would be helpful for you guys to be able to make a decision.
But, and I'm sorry, Jonathan, go ahead.
I just say I'm very supportive of the change for Veterans Day, knowing some veterans that regularly go into other local schools to make those presentations. It's a very positive experience for them, for the kids, knowing where we are right now in our country and recruiting for our military, that numbers are down, give those kids an opportunity to have positive role models of people that have served and how that's impacted them to have served in the military, I think is a great thing. So.
And I tend to agree that historically Veterans Day has been a school holiday. It's certainly a bank holiday, and many other people are off. I think there's probably more value to bringing it to an experiential thing for kids.
Yep.
And we have the ability to do that by
Yep.
having them in school.
We have some
Um,
outstanding veterans in our community too.
Absolutely. And Garth, I don't in any way mean to demean what you do. You have a ridiculously hard job to juggle all these things. But I think that from a metric standpoint, it would be valuable for us to say, how many of our conference slots are filled on the 2 evenings? How many conference slots exist during the day? And then that gives us an idea, what are we giving up? We're chasing all of the kids in the district out of school for a day for what? And the answer is 20 conferences. Okay. 5,000 conferences. That's a different thing. I'm exaggerating, but you get my
Yeah,
idea.
sure. And it would depend upon how to answer that question for each building. For example, at the intermediate school, I'm really familiar with that only because I spent a lot of time being administrator there. Those teachers meet with those parents as a group. So teachers are in duos or trios. And so when the parent comes in, they're there with both or all 3 of those teachers during that conference time. But you can't get that done in 10 minutes. So then it, might take a 15 or a 20-minute time slot. And if you're going to see 3 homerooms worth in there are 15 or 20 minutes each, you just can't fit them in. So it's this idea of trying to figure out where can we get other conference time from, so parents can get in the building, teachers can communicate with parents how their kids are doing, and that kind of thing. I mean, I understand the idea of, not liking a conference day on election day to where, when talking about this, making it consistent. I mean, I'm open to other ideas. It's just an idea of a unique scenario that we have been hearing from families, a need that we have for more conference time. And it was a move in the direction to try to help both of those things while still being, other than, I think you probably saw the list of how many days school, other districts around us. It was Milford, Kings, Forest Hills, Sycamore. There was a big list that I gave you guys. Sycamore being the only district that has more days in session than we have. If we remain at 176, we would be at the top of that. If we have an issue that can help things by reducing it a day, I thought it was a kind of a win-win, was where my thinking was at.
I know you always try your best.
Yeah.
So let me ask the consensus of the board and then ask Mr. Collier a question. Is the board in agreement that they would like some data about conferences, the number of conferences, what the day is? Is that something the board wants to ask Mr. Collier for? I know it came from Dr. Swetch now.
Yes, we all agree.
Wait a minute. That's not how democracy works. I heard Ms. Cecil say she was in agreement with that. Are we asking Mr. Collier for that
Speak up,
information?
Eileen.
You asked for some.
I think it would be beneficial.
Okay.
I don't.
All right, so we're asking for some data concerning conference times, what different kinds of times it takes. I would expect that we're not asking for the definitive dissertation on
Yeah.
conference times, but
Sure.
a sense of what, you gave us a sense of what it might mean here at the
Yeah.
intermediate building. Then
Yeah.
to ask you the question, to have that data for the board, is it still reasonable to believe that on December 5th, we would be ready for the second reading? Or would it be okay if we had the second reading and the adoption of the calendars in January?
It would be fine. If we are having a December 5th, I think that helps this situation. Meaning that if the next time that we're together, you guys will be able to have the information, of course, before the meeting, like you had the information this time.
Okay.
And you guys can look through it and then know what kind of questions that you would want to ask. I think what I'll probably do, what I don't want to have happen is we have the meeting on December 5th and there's more discussion, but I haven't brought forward an alternate calendar. So what I think I'll do is I'll keep this as an option A of all of the other 4 options that I had before, and this was the one that we had, and I'll create a new option B, and then you guys, we can talk about it as a group, and whatever you're most comfortable with, then have that be what we kind of move forward with.
We've done it like that in the past as well, had a calendar 1, a calendar 2, a calendar 3, and we've chosen one from column A and one from column B. It's been even crazier than this. So I
Yeah.
think, if we're sure that we're talking about sort of that November issue, then if you're comfortable being able to provide that data before December 5th, then we'll consider putting that on the.
Garth, you did mention it's a remote day of learning, right? It's not it's not day off, it's remote day of learning. I understand all the point, just to be clear. There are some unique educational opportunities there, but it's not in person. So I get that point.
Dr. Lorenz, just to make sure that I'm clear, my charge is for the next time that we're together, I will have some data for you around conferences. I'll have the calendars at which they are already in draft form that you guys were looking at now. I'll have an alternative calendar if we were to not have that be a remote day.
But still having LECC at least, or the first 3 levels not be
Yeah, I
in
guess I'll
school that
probably
day.
bring 3 then. I'll bring what was proposed tonight, what would be kind of keeping it the same way that it has been, which would be LECC through LES, and then having just the polling location, not having school LECC. I can bring those 3. But in terms of Veterans Day, because like if we like what I did with conferences, but we didn't like what I did with Veterans Day, that algorithm goes to where there's more calendars to bring. Are we comfortable with the Veterans Day piece being a day of school?
I like the idea just because I've seen what other schools do in the programs that they are able to put on. I think that that's a great learning opportunity for our students.
And I would tend to agree with Eileen with the caveat that our charge to the teachers is to try to make sure that we're incorporated into the school day. The honoring of the veterans.
Yeah, I've gone over these proposed calendars with the building principals, and they all knew that if this change did occur, that we would be looking at each building honoring our veterans in a unique way. So they know if that is the case and there's a change in the calendar with that would be the expectation.
And I don't believe you put it in the notes, but you mentioned it this evening that you think that we are the only school in the area that has Veterans Day off.
Yeah, of the surrounding districts that I'm familiar with, we are for sure in the minority. And I don't know of any schools offhand, public schools that are not in session that day. But what I'll do is, even though it's sounding as if to leave the calendar options where Veterans Day is a day of school,
Yes.
I can also just give you some information. I'll just compile the information for all of Claremont County and all of Hamilton County so you would know.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Okay, anything else for Mr. Collier and the calendars?
Just add, I like the opportunity to have Mr. Jaranek have to fit into his dress uniform at least once a year, so that's good.
I don't know anything about that, so that's. Okay, so is that it for the first reading of the calendars? And then you would also report, I don't believe that we get much community input on the calendars, but you would report to the board at the second reading time if you had received any
For sure.
comments. So-
Yeah, and I would rely on, if the board received, if they're listening or here tonight and want to give input, I would expect that you would be forwarding that to Mr. Broadwater or myself. Yeah, I can for sure include that.
Okay. Anything else for the calendar? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just one quick note. I solely haven't been the one working on this. This has been in conjunction with our classified staff, our OPSI organization, and the LEA leadership. So I don't want everybody to pretend that this isn't something that we've been working on together as a team, because we have been.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, if that's it for the calendar, then I think you can stay there, Mr. Collier. I think the next item on the agenda is the human resources. And I think what we normally do is have a resolution for those, and then if you have a report. So is there a motion to approve the resolutions regarding resignations and employment of certified, classified, homebound, substitute, and supplemental positions for the 23-24 school year?
So moved.
Second.
I heard Reverend Eilert move. I did not hear who seconded it. Mrs. Washburn.
That was just the board showing support for you after we just grilled you.
No, it's fine. It's good discussion. And like I said, there's lots of districts that do things in different ways. It's a good exercise to go through to try to make the calendar the best for our community, and I'll continue to work on it to try to make it the best we can.
Okay.
All right, so information on the HR agenda. There really aren't really anything that's kind of like a standout piece. Other than that, this is the second month in a row where we've been able to hire a bus driver, which is really awesome. This particular individual, it's not a new person to us. They've been working as a substitute. Now we've hired them as a full-time driver. So in terms of having folks available to run the routes each day, it's not really helping us in that case. But we are very glad that Mr. Troutman is with us on a full-time basis. So you would also notice in the FTE chart that there is an increase of FTEs in the transportation by 1 because of that.
Okay, thanks. Anybody have any questions about the HR? And you'll note that the FTE count is included also in the
Yes.
report.
Yeah, and also just if people don't remember, the last time I was up here and we were talking about enrollment numbers, that is in the lower left-hand spot, and the updated numbers for that are also in the FTE chart.
Right.
Okay.
Nothing else? All right, can we vote on that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Motion carried. We have one more item under your report, Mr. Collier, and that's an MOU with OPSI for ServSafe. So do we have a motion to approve the ServSafe OPSI MOU?
So moved.
Second.
Reverend Island moved and Dr. Switchnell seconded. And I think we talked about, well, I don't know if we talked about this in a board meeting. We talked about it when we talked about contracts.
Yeah, I
and-
think we talked about it in maybe a board prep meeting with the president and vice president, but I don't think in open session we've talked about it. Other than that, there was a ServSafe addition to the contract originally. And this is just an addition to that. For those of you who aren't aware, the health department requires that at all times in the kitchen when lunch is being served at school, that there is someone who is staffed that is ServSafe certified. And that is something that you have to go to training, you have to take an assessment, it costs money, those kinds of things. And our head cooks, we worked into the contract that they had some compensation because they were kind of like out the money that they had, their time and money, they had to get that certification. So we already had that piece in the contract. This piece is our non-head cooks being able to have $150 per year if they took on that responsibility. And then in the event of an absence of a head cook, we still had someone in that position being ServSafe certified. Because if not, what was happening, let's say there happened to be a head cook at the high school and one at LES that happened to be off on the same day. Our Chris Tracy, our director of food service, she would then try to fill in at one of the two, but she can't be at both at the same time, which is where we ran into this issue. And it is a very small monetary amount of money for us to make sure that we're doing what's right in terms with the Board of Health.
Any questions? All right, Mr. Giuffre.
Reverend Eilert?
Yes.
Dr. Schwetzno?
Yes.
Ms. Cecil?
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz?
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn?
Yes. Motion carried.
I believe I'm finished.
I think you are. And even though the clock says it's 10 after 9
It's
over
really
there,
10 after 8.
it's really 10 after 8. We haven't been grilling you for that long.
Sounds
In
great.
case you're looking at that clock.
Yeah,
It feels like 10 after 9.
It feels like 10
will,
after 9.
I'll be back with the information and I'll try to get the information to you, not just before the next meeting. And of course, if it's the December meeting, regardless, I'm going to work on it here right away and try to get it to you all. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we get to grill our business manager, I think. And there are 4 items under his, and they are all separate separate votes. Is that correct, Mr. Giuffre? We'll have 4 separate votes on those. They're all contracts. Okay. So the first item under Mr. Ames's report is a resolution to accept the bid of Forward Edge for security camera replacement, and that's in the amount of $322,308.24 and an alternate of $18,732.95. And I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Swetchenow seconded. Now, discussion.
I had brought this to the board last month to reject the bids due to some issues with the people that had bid on it. And we corrected the issues in the bid package. I required them to have at least 1 year of certification of the software to run the new camera system. And I required them to have at least 5 schools, public or private, that they had performed work of this type in. And the company that bid on it and had the lowest bid has backed out because they did not have the training on the software. And ESI and Forward Edge also bid and they rebid. Both of them came down in price a little bit. Well, ESI came down significantly. Forward Edge came down about $6,000 or $7,000. The board had asked me to seek out other companies, and I contacted 2 companies that I know that can do the work. One of them did not have the certification for the software, and the other one said, I cannot meet that labor price. They are a union electrician shop versus a cabling company. And they said they just weren't able to do it. And those were the only 2 companies that I know of that I felt comfortable with. We did send the bids out to the original 7 companies that did the walkthrough, and they all declined to bid also. So these are the 2 bids that we received. I am very happy with both companies. So I am recommending, due to the lowest bid, the bid by Forward Edge.
Can you tell us how many extra security cameras this is adding?
174,
Across which schools?
all 6 buildings.
So just equal distribution?
Yes, yes. We are trying to capture all corners of the buildings on the outside so that people coming and going, we know who they are. In long hallways, we would have a center looking both directions and at each end looking inward so we can see who it is. Gymnasiums, auditoriums, we just need to know who has come and who's gone out of the building. We currently have 154 cameras. And the reason I'm adding the server is the 154 cameras utilize that existing server and provide us with about 30 days of capture of data. And pretty much 30 days is a significant amount. If we don't know what happened within 30 days, we probably don't know it's going to happen. So the new cameras, the server has larger storage capacity to include the extra, whatever, our 20 cameras, maintaining our 30 days of recording.
John, did you mention this was basically funded through a security grant?
Thank you very much. We received a grant, state security grant for this, and I believe I put in that there's $335,400. The only thing the district will have to pay is the $5,641 just to cover the balance of the server. And upon approving this, we will be issuing contract tomorrow, or probably tomorrow, so we can get this going. I'd like to see it done before the spring break, but getting technology equipment these days is still very difficult.
Does anybody actually monitor the cameras live?
No.
So this is strictly on a complaint. You go back and look at 30 days.
Yes. And quite often it's principals will ask, hey, can you go back and see what happened in this student complaint? And we'll be able to see what it is. If there's a car that concerns us in the parking lot, we can go back and find it. And the new cameras they have out are, I'm going into depth, but they tell me that when the software catches up to them, they will be able to do facial recognition. But the software is not there, I guess, unless you're the FBI. But the cameras are good enough, so if the software catches up someday, they will be able to do that.
John, correct me if I'm wrong, but some of our administrative assistants and principals have a live feed in front of them. If they're monitoring, you can't say they're monitoring 100% of the time, but it's available at most of the campuses.
I think all the secretaries
Yep.
above their desk, we got a 50-inch TV that monitors their 3 or 4 major entrances that they're concerned about. I believe the high school, they will rotate slowly so they can just capture. And also a lot of that has to do with people saying, ooh, they're watching us. So just that recognition that there are cameras capturing data makes people think about doing things.
Anything else? All right, Mr. Giuffre, can we vote on that one?
Dr. Lorenz,
Yes.
Dr. Schwetzenow.
Yes.
Ms. Cecil,
Yes.
Reverend Eilert,
Yes.
and Mrs. Washburn.
Yes.
Motion carried. We then move to a motion to approve purchase from Tom Sexton for 42 cafeteria tables for the high school for $2,030 each for a total of $85,260. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Reverend Eilert moved and with Mrs. Washburn seconded. Discussion about this one.
Yes, the tables that are up there, cafeteria tables that are up there are original tables from 1992. There are a few new ones. I know there's 4 that we got about 4 or 5 years ago. Tables that are up there are strictly dining room tables with chairs. And there are so many events that take place at the high school that we are tearing that cafeteria down. 2 weeks ago, we had the craft sale, and then 2 days or 3 days later, we had the showcase. And to tear that cafeteria down, it takes about 3 hours and all hands on deck. Typically, Bill or myself, anybody that's available will go up and help and tear it down. So there's 500 chairs that have to be stacked, carted into the kitchen and stacked in the kitchen. And the tables, they're supposed to just go like that, stack up. But now it takes a couple people to push them together because the pistons are just so old, the tables don't collapse. It concerns me that one of them may fall one of these days, and it's just such an amount of time that it takes to tear that cafeteria down. So the new tables have integral stools built into them, so you collapse the table, roll it away, and there's no chairs to worry about. So the amount of time that it will save on getting it broken down, and the fact that somebody may ultimately get hurt when one of these tables just doesn't go up, it's time to do this.
Questions?
These obviously have a life of 30 years,
Yes,
and the money's coming from where?
from an improvement fund.
Will we still seat the same number of people? Is it going to cause any seating issues as far as the lunch periods are
No,
concerned?
it will seat the number of children that are in the cafeteria at their largest lunch, plus 20 extra seats. And I bought the number of seats that are permitted by the fire department.
Thank you. Anything else? Mr. Giuffre?
Reverend Eilert,
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn,
Yes.
Ms. Cecil,
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz.
Yes.
Dr. Schwetzenow.
Yes.
Motion carried. The next item is a motion to approve a contract with CMTA for engineering design work to replace HVAC controls at the middle and intermediate schools at an amount not to exceed $88,000. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Dr. Switchenow moved and I will second. Mr. Ames.
So we have been using CMTA for 3 projects now. They started in 2021 with the elementary, primary, and early childhood center. And I put in my notes that Dr. Swetsnow, Dan Coletto, and Nathan Libby met with a number of engineering firms back in 2021 to find someone who can do the work for us to bring all of our buildings' HVAC systems up to date. So they did those 3 elementary schools in 21. They are currently, well, they started on the high school at the beginning of this past summer, and we are still working on that project. And then once this middle intermediate school is done, then all of the campuses will be complete with new HVAC system controls. It will be the same system, so whoever is operating that system Won't be me, but whoever's operating that system next year will have an easy way to do it because it will all look, act, and work the same. So this is the first step, having the engineering company create the documentation for the bidding to go out. And then I would think in January or February, I will be coming to you with bids for the project.
When are we projecting the high school to be done?
There are 5 air handlers left to be done. All the classrooms are done. So I would say probably, I'd like to see it by Christmas.
So before winter hits and the kids are wearing coats.
Yeah.
How are, we originally said a certain percentage of that is going to be covered by ESSER funding,
Yes.
and that still holds?
There's a very small amount, I think $200,000 left of ESSER funds. I'm not positive. I do need to recheck that because I haven't, it's not in my brain at the moment. We utilized a lot of ESSER funds for the high school and for the 3 elementaries, and there is just a small amount.
No, I
left.
meant of the high school.
Oh, yes, that was that, but I don't have the number.
Okay, so we had originally said, I think 30% of it.
I was thinking more than that, but I just can't answer without checking my books.
Rob, do you know?
I thought it was 139,000. Was that a different project?
And it had
That's
to
what I
have
had in
been
my
because
head.
we
If
were
you
at,
have
we
it-
were at $1 million.
Yeah, it was $1,086,000 to do the high school.
So if it was 30%, it had to be 300,000.
And that I can't answer. I'll have to find it. for you.
The number changed when, between the time that Andrea Connors was here and we found some other purposes for those funds. So that's part of the reason that we did the $2 million borrowing. We got it at 3.36% and we're in a 5.5% market environment. So worked with cash flow for the PI, but I'm pretty sure it had shrunk. Originally it was.
I'll have to get, can I get it for you?
Mhm.
I'd be glad to.
But just, Rob, just to pile back onto that, the residual, the monies that we borrowed were obligated to the high school campus.
Correct.
And so those monies are all being used in the high school project, some portion of which came from ESSER, but the remainder coming from what we've borrowed.
The idea was that it would free up funds. So
For things like that.
Right.
And will that loan vehicle be exhausted at the end of this project that we're talking about now? Or will we
Yeah.
still
It
have?
should be at the end of this. Yes, at the end of the current high school project, yes.
Okay, anything else?
And so we're thinking there are no ESSER funds on this middle school project.
I believe there's 100,000 left. It's
Okay,
not
so you're
much.
thinking there's still some
Yes,
left on this project. So the 100,000 would basically cover the engineering.
yes.
And just to go back, because I was around and you weren't then, one of the things that I pushed with the ESSER money is how can we make sure that we have the healthiest environment possible in the limits of the physical plant that we have? That's how we've mostly, that and security is how we've mostly, and well, and with five teaching positions or reading positions. Is how we use the money.
So yes, we installed the bipolar ionization in everything so far, and that will still be a part of this project when we completed this one.
Thanks for mentioning that, Dr. Swetchenow, because I was going to ask that. So now I don't have anything left to say. After you did that. So thank you. Okay, Mr. Dufresne.
Dr. Schwetznow,
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz,
Yes.
Ms. Cecil,
Yes.
Rhode Island,
Yes.
and Mrs. Washburn.
Yes. Motion carried.
And I'm sorry, Kathy, this isn't an appropriate time. I'm just going to pile in anyway. So our ESSER funds are officially depleted.
The end of this year.
Wanted to make sure we all knew that.
Yeah. September.
Thanks.
Not the
And-
end of this calendar year, the end of the fiscal year.
And would this be the appropriate time for me to say that you shouldn't worry so much about when I'm not here, you should worry about when Mr. Ames is not here. So in case anybody didn't catch that Mr. Ames's retirement is projected for next year. So that's who you should be worried about.
July 31st,
But who's counting? I understand that someone might have a number on their phone that counts down the,
yeah, it counts down to the second, I believe.
anyway. You have one final item on the agenda this evening, and that's a motion to approve the removal of 3 school buses from inventory. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Mrs. Washburn moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Swetchenow, second. You're slow on the moving and seconding this evening. Stretch this meeting out. Okay, Mr. Ames, question, discussion, anything we need to know about these buses?
No, this is typical with what we do with our buses. We do not sell them or try to trade them in. We strip all the parts off of them that are usable. Transmissions, seats, windows, anything that is usable on other buses in the fleet. And we can do that because most of our buses are international and things are interchangeable on international buses. Typically, buses will run for 12 years or 120,000 miles. The middle one, bus number 12, the engine failed completely on that one. And it was not worth the $20,000 to $25,000 to buy a new engine or put a new engine in it. So we just strip parts off of it and we will send it up for scrap once it is completely cleared out.
Thank you. Go ahead.
How many buses do we still have in inventory?
A lot.
In excess of 65.
And how many do we run on a daily basis?
We run 42 on a daily basis.
There's enough buses there to run high school if by some miracle we came up with drivers.
And John, I've never asked this question. I mean, this is silly because I know you're on top of it, but just what's the maintenance schedule for those buses? So do they get started and driven, or are we going to turn them on and the tires fall off?
Yes, we run them.
Those are my cars.
No, we do run them quite often. There are a number of them we use for sub buses. Pull a couple in for oil changes and they'll rotate through them. We are putting in cameras on. There will be cameras on all of the buses. I believe that's done now. And also we're putting tablets on all active buses plus 6 spare buses. The tablets will provide a GPS exact directioning, just like you have on your iPhone or whatever, if you're going some strange place. So if we have a sub driver on the bus, they will be able to push the button. It will tell them, go to the corner of Pheasant Hills Drive and Lebanon Road, and you'll get 4 kids off there, and it's named John, Pete, George, and Bill. So they'll know. And I believe we'll have pictures of the kids that get off the bus at that point in time. It also will have the ability for parents to log into the app and see when the bus is going to arrive at their house. So they'll be available to go out and get the kids. And if there's a delay, Greg will be able to send out a message just to bus 12 saying it's stuck by the railroad tracks for some reason. We'll be running 15, 20 minutes late. So the drivers are starting training on that on Monday, right after Thanksgiving. We don't anticipate pushing it out for people to watch until hopefully after Christmas, so we can figure out how to use it, because it is brand new. I'm getting off the track, but I probably wouldn't use more than those 6 buses on the road once this is done. We'll still run them, maybe take them on field trips, but not for routes.
Still subject to inspection.
Still subject to inspection annually, and that inspection is extremely rigorous.
By the State Highway Patrol.
So at some point, are you going to present these things to the community?
I wanted to get everything up and running,
Mhm.
but I kind of let that out just now. So, but yes. But it is,
I mean, the showcase would have been like the perfect opportunity.
but I wanted to make sure that we knew what we
Yeah.
we're talking about, you know.
I
But it's
think
going to
the
be an
one is important
amazing
to come
thing
up
for
with.
our parents to be able to know exactly where their bus is at.
Mhm.
If we get a new child, Greg can just put that kid into that bus, and the driver will see the child appear at the stop without handwriting it, giving it to the driver and saying, go find this kid.
And since we have all that child's information on our systems, what kind of security do we have in place so somebody can hack that?
We have the best security that we can get. It is handled through SWOCA, Southwest Ohio Computer Association. And they are a part of the state government. So everything that they do has to be up to the state government's parameters. And past that, I can't answer any more questions, because that's outside of my.
And just to remind us, that was also funded by, I believe it was a security grant,
Yes.
which you took the time to apply for, and we'll make sure that the next person knows exists.
Yes.
Okay, anything else?
I will throw in something that seems small, but something that John has done a great job of is they've ordered all internationals, and they're all diesel versus there are some districts that have bluebirds and internationals and propane and diesel. And the nice thing about that is it's parts, and our mechanics, Jeff and Roy, are really, really good at keeping things going because they've got interchangeable parts. It's a little thing that might not seem like a big thing, but it certainly helps keep the buses on the road.
When you see buses coming from different districts, they'll have 3 or 4 different brands. That means the mechanics have to learn 3 or 4 different methodologies to fix that. And it's saved us a lot of money over the years.
Okay, we've roved a little bit far afield.
I'm
The
sorry.
resolution on the table is to remove school buses from inventory. Am I correct? Just want to make sure we know what we're
Yeah.
voting on at this
Most
point.
mundane things.
All right, Mr. Giuffre, can we vote on that?
Mrs. Washburn,
Yes.
Dr. Schwetchenow,
Yes.
Ms. Cecil,
Yes.
Reverend Eilert,
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz.
Yes, motion carried. All right, now we move into the treasurer report of the meeting, and he has as many, no, he has more items than the business manager had, so we will get started on those. And if it's all right with everybody, we'll follow that same procedure. We'll have a motion to approve one of the items, and then we will move into discussion. So the first item is the treasurer recommends the board accept the financial reports for October 2023. And I'll make that motion. Is there,
Second.
and Ms. Cecil seconded. Anything you would like to report on the monthly reports, Mr. Giuffre?
I added a weighted yield at the bottom. So we're at about, I think, 4.55.
On the
Percent.
investment
On the
portfolio.
investment portfolio, yes, thank you. That's about the only
We're
thing.
at about a 4.55,
4.55.
or we are at.
It's
four-
rounded.
Rounded, yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Any questions on that? We are accepting these financial reports as a usual monthly item. Oh, Mr. Giuffre?
Dr. Lorenz,
Yes.
Ms. Cecil,
Yes.
Reverend Eilert,
Yes.
Dr. Schwetchenow,
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carried. Second item, I need a motion to accept the donations for both of those donations are to the Feed the Kids Fund. Reverend Eilert moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Cecil, seconded?
You'll get it with practice.
No, I'm not. I don't think I'm ever going to get there. I'm either going to say Miss Cecil or Ms. Cecil. I just can't put the two together. Sorry about that. Any questions about the donations? As usual, we are appreciative of those for the Feed the Kids Fund. So, Mr. Giuffre?
Reverend Eilert,
Yes.
Ms. Cecil,
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz,
Yes.
Dr. Schwetchenow,
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carried. Next item is a request to adjust the debt millage rate. And so the resolution would be that the board authorizes a request to the Hamilton County Budget Commission to adjust the debt bond rate for tax year 2023 for collection year 2024. Is there a motion?
Moved.
Reverend Eilert moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Mrs. Washburn. All right, discussion on this. Information we need, Mr.
Oops,
Giuffre.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to throw that at you. 1, 2. So this is the rate, the bond millage rate was 1 collected at 1 this year. And when I submitted the budget at the beginning of the year, I knew I was pulling it back, but I used the fiscal year end balance instead of the calendar year end balance. The calendar year end balance has the debt payment out of it. And so it is, we're adjusting it down, but not quite as much as I had adjusted it down with that. So it's going to be more like the 0.75 mils. And then it comes off of the tax duplicate next year. And then as well as the House Bill 264. So Mr. Broadwater can no longer say Q Scooby after next year. And that will effectively take the district out of debt except for the lease purchase on the HVAC system. So that's
Okay, so at the end of the next fiscal year.
next calendar
Next
year.
calendar year.
Yeah.
All right.
And I know the fella real well who put that on in 1998. So I was hoping to retire it myself.
You're hoping to
but
get
that-
it off before.
Yeah.
Any questions?
And so this reads 0.636 mils and it's going to 7.
0.75.
Okay, so this is wrong.
No, 0.36 is what it was approved by the Budget Commission and this board. We're asking them to take into consideration the difference. And the difference is 400, where is it? Oh, it's in the previous page. The difference is $439,684. So we divide that by the total millage or the total assessed valuation, and that's about 0.39 if my math is right. So this is just asking them to reset the millage to cover the difference. And we'll do that later this month. I think Mr. Broadwater is going to represent with Gary at the Budget Commission 21st.
Okay, so this is going away December 31st, 2004.
24.
24.
2024, it will pay it on the 1st of December. It's got to be paid by then, 15 days before. So, yep.
Anything else?
Just in terms of discussion, I think one of the important things to highlight as we were talking, you know, great, obviously that we're coming to the end of the bond issue, which means that those monies come off, but it's also an opportunity, I think, for us as a district. One of the great concerns we have through the district, and you hear from parents regularly, is the campus that we have for the elementary school, primary school is our oldest property and the hardest to maintain. And so I think it's one of those things we're going to need to talk about as a board in the next year or so is, you know, as we're able to reduce by about $1 million our current taxes, you know, can we begin to think about a new bond issue? Now we completed one bond issue, a new bond issue specifically for that school that, you know, we are thinking we could probably do between, you know, 1.5 to 2 mils. And potentially even building in a little more PI money into that. So I think it's a good opportunity for us as a district, as we're finishing one, to be able to address a significant concern within our buildings.
Well, and to me, like, so there's two points to that to me, which is, one is, you know, it's really nice to take a breath and say, great, we paid off our debt. That's good. And we're done with this now. But it's another point to realize that we have ongoing needs as a district and as a system. And correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't been here this long, but is 1998 was the last time that we passed a bond levy for construction in this district.
Yes.
It's been 25 years since we've really done any construction in the district. And, you know, as much as John's done an incredible job taking care of the physical plan of the schools, we have one building that's at least 80 plus years old. You know, what, as a community, what do we want our district to look like, and how do we continue to invest in our physical plant over time? The second part of that, and then just correct me if I'm wrong, but this levy was passed in 1998. It says at a rate of 5.17 mils, and now has been levied at an average rate of 1.2 mils over the past 5 years. So just a perfect example of how property values rise, but levy income does not rise commensurate with that.
Right.
So something that was levied at 5 mils 25 years ago now is effectively about 1.
Yeah. Right.
Mortgage rate doesn't change either. So my mortgage payment is the same across 30 years. And that's what you expect. I'm going to point out here that yes, our building is older, but 2 years ago, 21, we just invested $1 million to do HVAC down there. We are dropping, as we'll hear in our forecast, 82 students a year in our forecast. We're at 3,900 now. We were at 4,800. In another couple of years, we may not need that school at all. So it's just something to think about. She looks at the new board members to come. It's something to think about. Do we even need that?
Well, and I think your point's a really good one, and is a little bit of the challenge. You know, the projections, and I think it was also mentioned by the community, there's a lot of other educational options that are becoming available for people. You know, we've got a projection in our 5-year forecast of a drop of students of almost 100 per year. Is that really going to be true? Or is that somewhat skewed by what happened with COVID? Or will it accelerate now that people have extra money to send their children to other, you know, venues for education? So it becomes a really fine dance of, you know, how do you manage the size of the physical plant? You know, Lakota went through the exact opposite several years ago, where they had to build tremendously at tremendous cost very quickly because they grew, and then their growth just completely plateaued.
And the homes being built here are not your average Lebanon student. They're your private school student. So it's not something to rush into, is what I'm saying. And maybe it's something that you set aside and go, let's talk about it. If I were going to be a part of that, if I were still on this board, I would say to you, you might want to build a junior high school and move the remaining students up to this building as opposed to trying to rebuild an entire school.
Yeah, and obviously you can always look at all of those things as part of a planning process. But yeah, it's hard to imagine because that's such a large facility, you know, how we would just simply reduce our buildings by that one in particular and still have space for all of our kids. So I think.
Well, for
Yeah,
30,
but-
let's call it 4,000 students, divide by 13 years. That's roughly 307 students per grade. I grant you it's not an equal mix, okay? But 307 students per grade. You're waiting for those students to leave. It's not that long based on 100 students per year dropping. And if I look at, you see miscarriage rates, that they've doubled after the COVID shots. You've seen those statistics?
There's no doubt that there's all sorts of
There-
weird medical
there-
advice out
there-
there,
yeah,
as well
there-
as
it's a
weird
little
medical
scary.
trends out there.
I don't think we know. So I think rushing into building a school of equal size or anything close to it is a little scary for the Lebanon taxpayer right now.
And I think part of the danger in investing money in things like the HVAC, I think we were told that years ago that we're gonna have to invest money to maintain
Right.
these old schools, but that it's just putting money into something that does need to eventually be replaced.
And John, is there any salvation to that? Is there any salvage to that? Yeah. Okay, so it's sunk cost if something goes down.
I would simply say that since I've been on this board, we've been talking about what to do about that building. It's been, and you know, I believe that boards have been doing the best that they can with the funds that they have been allotted. And I don't feel like anybody was suggesting that we rush into doing anything next year. I think it was a continuation of a discussion that we need to have about what are the best things to do with our building. I think that's all that was
Yeah.
suggested.
Yeah, and I
so.
think just because this is a kind of an period on the end of this particular bond issue, and knowing that, again, that there's that opportunity, I wouldn't want people to forget the fact that they were, you know, we had another mill plus on our tax bill not that long ago, you know, 2 years from now, if we begin to talk about this. So I think it's important to keep that in the conversation as we think about what potential future plans we might have for our business. But we know, you know, historically, the grand vision was a bridge too far for Loveland, and they said that rather emphatically, and we've seen all the ripples of that coming out. So I think more targeted, smaller scale project that addresses this critical need for our district is the direction we need to be investigating and thinking about what the best solutions would be. And you're right, though, we should be thinking creatively about what a master plan, thinking of all of our facilities and what the best strategic building might be.
Just speaking as a taxpayer, I
Sure.
get used to the levy that just passed, plus the reevaluation on our property that's going to increase our taxes at some level. Inflation's going crazy. It's time to take a breath, not commit.
Yeah, like they said, we're not committing to anything, but it's always, you have to be looking ahead.
Plan and looking at the future, yes, but
Yeah, and I think one of the critical things that's very unknown right now is, what does the future of Loveland School District's population look like? Recently, COVID has been a huge flux in the number of students that we have. The legislature has just dramatically changed funding for education. It's hard to know what we'll be dealing with in 5 years.
Well, and that's part of watching the head count report. And now we have, every month, we can look at what the student count is in sort of talking to people down in the office while I was waiting for Rob. It was good to hear that we haven't lost students yet from the changes of people moving to schools. We aren't gaining students either, that we don't have any, we have, I think they said one student who's grandfathered in under the old plans where a teacher could bring their child to school. So that's only going to be one that's going to disappear from that. So that's good news. It's just what's going on right now as to where that's going to land. Anybody got a bet? I'm betting about 2,400 is where we're going to settle.
My bet was going to be an average of 4,000, give or take. You and I are way off. We'll take an over under in the middle, 3 years out, 5 years out.
All right. Once again, we have wandered very far away from the resolution, which is a request to adjust the debt millage rate. Are we ready to vote on that? Mr. Giuffre?
Reverend Eiler,
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn,
Yes.
Ms. Cecil,
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz,
Yes,
Dr. Schweitzer.
Yes.
Thank you.
motion carried. That was not to say that that was not good discussion. I'm just saying that I wanted to bring us back to what we were actually voting on.
Kathy showing she's still in control in her final meeting.
don't know about that. The next item is a request to file, requesting authorization from Hamilton County to file the modified tax budget, which is following the 5-year forecast plan. That's what the modified tax budget follows. Is that correct,
It
Mr.
is.
Giuffre? So we need a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Dr. Swetchnow moved and I will second. Questions about that? Hopefully I just explained that that's a requirement in order to be able to use that budget filing format.
Well, where did we approve the 5-year forecast?
No, it's the use of the forecast model.
Forecast comes after. This is simply asking for the ability to use that. And it just has to be done each year. I don't know why it can't be understood if we did it once that we would keep doing that, but it has to be done every year.
Well, and Claremont County doesn't even do budgets anymore.
Are you walking us through the 5-year forecast?
When we get to it,
Okay, ready to vote? Mr. Giuffre?
Dr. Schweitzer,
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz,
Yes.
Ms. Cecil,
I'm going to abstain.
Reverend Eiler,
Yes.
and Mrs. Washburn.
Yes.
Very good.
Motion carried. Now I believe we are at the 5-year forecast. And so, once again, we would have a motion to accept the fall forecast, and I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mrs. Washburn seconded, and now I believe is when we have the 5-year forecast presentation. Mr. Giuffre?
Can
What?
you give me the motion in the second again? I
No,
was
it's
trying
just
to-
an
I'm
authorization
on
to
a
use
split
that form.
page. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Not at all. So I have to apologize because this is not a great room to give a presentation of financials in. However, I will have these on the webpage, the treasurer's webpage. And I just have a couple things that I just wanted to point out. Specifically, I wanted to start with how it's laid out and then walk you through what's changed and then kind of touch on the state budget, and then touch on the footnotes so that you can use those when those don't look so small on a page. So this page is the standard presentation of the state, which is 3 years of history, current year of operations. I don't know if you can see my little mouse there, and then 4 years projected. So one of the things that I think is good to do, which is to compare how 2024, 5, 6, and 7 changed from May. Obviously, 28 wasn't in the May forecast, so and then we look at, well, what changed and why? Obviously, general property tax changed. We had the levy on in May, but we didn't have 35 or 30 or 35% increase in valuation, which only affects inside mills. And so those are the differences on the general property tax line, which also affects state share of local property taxes because that's the homestead rollback. And I'll start beating this drum. That's what I'm most concerned about going away in the future, because there was a lot of conversation in Columbus about how to use that to appease taxpayers, I guess you would say. And then changes in state funding, restricted and unrestricted, and I'm going to touch on that in a separate section. In expenditures, we had a pullback on attrition. So these differences are attributable to the hiring practices that have been put into place, and that being projected going forward also affects benefits. With benefits, I'm using 8% on insurance, but then the rest of the most important part of benefits is retirement. And those are affected based upon the percentage applied to the increase in compensation. Purchase services is affected by inflation as much as anything because of the cost of fuel, personnel, and benefits. So you can compare, and you can also see what the cumulative difference is on both revenues and expenditures. Basically, this is what I would call a break-even year. I know $280,000 is a lot of money, but it looks like we're going to end with as much as we started with, and looks like it would be expected for it to be north of the beginning balance. This just gives, this is a higher view. We're going to come down into the more of the trees, but this is what our monies are used or come from: local property taxes, state funding, and other revenue. And I will touch on those as we go. This gives you an idea of which direction, what's affecting the changes. So with real estate, we're looking at in current year, based on prior year, about a $500,000 increase due to the increase in assessed valuation and state funding. And that is going to be much due to transportation. And I will touch on that when we get to that. Personnel cost, 84%, purchase services, 12%, and all others at 5%. And again, we have what is contributing to that. That is a pullback on salaries and an increase on purchase services mostly. So then we look at the relationship between our revenues and our expenditures. And as we go forward, we see what's trending is that our revenues have in 24 and 25, we'll see 6 months worth of the increase of the 4.9 mil levy. And then those revenues level off. And I will show you how that looks to assessed valuation versus revenue. And then this is how it affects our balances. These are cumulative differences year over year. And then more specifically, where those differences can be found so that you can drill down. Everyone likes days cash on hand, so I put it in. And then as Ms. Cecil was referring to, here's about 82 ADM drop per year, and that's just based on trend, except I will point out that in the last biennium budget, if you recall, we had $555,000 of revenue and $1.2 million of expenditures that were attributable to autism, Peterson, and open enrollment out. So when they took those out, it looked like we lost children, but we actually just lost an expense that doesn't really belong in the district. So it was a good thing, but it created an anomaly in our numbers. So with that, the local capacity and the local cost per student per day is $81. Just a number, but then this shows the relationship between, and I had to put this in here simply because this column here is is just amazing because I've never seen anything like it. Here's your reappraisal years, 14, 17, 20, 23. And then the only reason 14 isn't going down on rates. So these are property values. These are property tax rates, and they have an inverse relationship. And the only reason why 14 doesn't is because that was a levy year, 12 mils, 7 in the general fund. But on the other reappraisals, you see the rate go down accordingly. And with this increase here, and I will just say this, it may be 35, it may be 30. It will not affect us for anything other than the 4.56 mils for the inside millage because of reduction factors. So last month, I think Dr. Schwetchenau had asked that question, and that was the easier answer than. So if we're looking at the millage floor, our millage floor is 20 mils, and I think that may be challenged because there are more districts on the floor than there are on the guarantee. Fortunately, there's over 200 on the guarantee, which gives us some sense of assurance that they won't take too much of the guarantee money away. Our public utility personal property is taxed at the full voted rate, and interestingly enough, it's an inverse relationship to the fixed rate class 1 simply because of the increase in value, and we'll look at that. But this valuation cycle every 3 years, reappraisal or update, and you see how flat it is. The only growth that you see is in new construction in between years where there's a reappraisal. And so it's every 3 years. This has been going on since, well before I got into this business, but this is how it works. And this is what Matt Nolan was in here saying, this works, let's not change this part. And this graph is year over year change with regards to the valuation change going into 2024 or 2023 valuation change. So you never see anything like this. Never have I ever seen anything like this. So it's amazing. Here's 2023, and then we're back to about 7% estimate for 2026. So this is what the revenue looks like, and I think this is interesting because it doesn't mirror the valuation necessarily. However, in a year where we have a drop in value, we also will see the inside mills pulled back. So this is historically from 2002 all the way through 2022, and you can see what the relationship is. And so here we have a levy here, that's why that jumped, and we have a levy here, that's why that jumped. And so the only time that it does go up, except for the bit of new construction that we have, is when there is a levy let. So I'm going to move over to the next group here.
Don't want to throw you off,
Okay,
but do you know the total amount of property?
what? Assessed
Total property
valuation?
value?
Yeah.
What's the total property value?
There's 3 different classifications, so I can show those to you, but Res Ag is the lion's share. It's 92%. Now it's $1 billion, and then PUP's not as much, and commercial, we really don't have a whole lot to talk about with that one, but I have those. I didn't think those numbers would be as fun as the bar charts, so I'll show you because
You're saying that our residential agriculture is close to $1 billion now.
Yep, over $1 billion. So I wanted to use this to kind of show you. Oh, do I have to reshare again, Adam? Stop and reshare. Share screen. It's right there. Share. Come on. Nobody wants to see this. There we go. Okay. I know this is hard to see, but again, it will be on my webpage. And I'm not going to put a lot of time into it. I just want you to see how those valuation changes impacts the SFPR, the state funding, the Fair School Funding Plan. And I've been saying this since I've been here, but Loveland became a wealthy district in this past decade. And when I say wealthy district, I mean on the scale of funding from the state, like Indian Hill, like Sycamore. And there was one benefit from this House Bill 33 that came out, and that's different than May, but I'm going to just start with the calculations that they're using is a base cost. And you can read for yourself if you go to this on webpage, you can read for yourself that the calculations are based upon enrollment and then their assumptions of how many teachers and administrators that then would cost to come up with these numbers, these total base costs. So they're not real numbers, but they're the numbers they're applying to everyone else. And this is why everybody kind of has their own number, formula number, because that calculation is what determines the total per pupil base cost. And then the way that the way it is determined as to how much is the local capacity is to take 60%, and this is in here, in this gray area here, 60% of the assessed valuation per student, 20% federal income, and 20% state income, median income. And those numbers are how, divided by the number of students, is how they come up with the property values and taxpayer income per student. And these increases are like nothing I've ever seen before. Double-digit increases in the value of each of the value per student on those calculations. And so the local capacity then is subtracted from the per pupil based cost, and now the state per pupil funding are these numbers across here. So 923, and this is being phased in. This is 50% this year, 67, 83, and 100%. But these numbers are higher than they were in May, because now instead of a 5% minimum funding for districts like Loveland who are on the guarantee, it's 10%. So let's look at what that means. So here's a summarization of those. And
Make that larger. There you go.
So what I'm going to show you then is how this math works. Here, lines F, G, and H on this, I think this is page 5. This is what we're being funded at, 10,992,516. And this is based upon 2020. So it's not a year-over-year guarantee. It's a guarantee based upon 2020 data. And that because they were going to use 2018. But with that, our calculated at 50%, and I have the percentages right here, 50, 67, 83, 100. They're phasing it in. As they phase it in, we receive less as a formula. And so the guarantee then has to increase in order to cover that. So if we take our guaranteed amount and we subtract what the calculation is, then this is how much we're being guaranteed. 6.7, 7.2. It was higher than that with the other one because of the 5% as opposed to 10%. But you can see that we're not going to receive more money from the state, and we'll never be a formula district. And how do we know that? We go down here and answer the question everybody wants to know, which is how many students would it take? And I'm not making this up. This is a memo calculation, but it would take, with 50% implemented, it would take 3,650 students to be a formula district. At 67, it's 5,900. At 83%, it's 7,100, and fully implemented, we're at 8,500 additional
Rob,
students to be able to be a formula district. That's never going to happen. And the only money that we're receiving in addition now is transportation, because they want to fund every school district in the state at 50%, regardless of what kind of school district you are, for the transportation calculations that they use. And that's why you can see as we go more onto the guarantee, we level off, and we level off when it comes to getting additional revenues. So that's not a terrible story. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be, but it is what it is. We're not the guarantee is our lifeline right now with regards to, that money would be money that would come from local capacity, basically. Local capacity meaning taxpayers.
And Rob, based on the analysis that you showed us, does the state believe that we have the local capacity to absorb that?
Yes.
And can you go up one more slide at the 6 out of 9?
Yes. I have to go back there. Okay, one more slide. Which one?
I thought 6 out of 9 was what I was looking for.
Okay. Not that one, this one? No.
Sorry, I'm missing it. It was the one that showed that what the delta was with and without the guarantee. And I think in 3 years, it's $7 million.
It is. It's this one.
Yeah.
Yes.
that, and again, the state has made a formula that they're not following. And they're saying, we're not following this formula because we want to make sure it works for everybody. So we guarantee that we won't decrease the amount of money you have, at least until we change our mind.
It's good for 2 years. Yes. But again, we've got company there. I think it's 231 districts on the guarantee. And with that, it's, we have more security of expecting it not to be taken away too aggressively. But when they're implementing this and they're adding more money to districts that are coming up to additional revenue because of the formula, it's got to come from somewhere. So I'm going to do this one more time, stop sharing and go to the next slide or the next pack, because I wanted to see that was state funding. So we need to go to 5-year forecast. Okay. So that was a lot of information, and I will have those on the webpage so you can look at them. What is being submitted to the state is the 1-page document we started with and these footnotes. So I just wanted to just quickly go through how you can look at these footnotes to benefit your search as you're drilling down into the numbers. We have descriptions and percentages.
And this is already on board docs.
This is on
what
board
you are
docs.
doing now.
And this is also what we've submitted to the state previously. And so if you go to the Department of Education and you search forecasts, you can go back and see previous forecasts of the district and then go to the footnotes, which I think, what was it, 5 or 6 click, Eric? Yeah, but it is this document, and it has a lot of information in it. And you start at the top. This is revenues, and you can see from the revenues, pardon me? Oh, it's not up there? Oh, gosh, I'm a terrible, okay, let me try this again. Share. Thank you. Screen share. I was on a roll, man. Try to get this going. There we go, okay. So start over, come on down. So it starts at the top and then it drills down. So the forecast summary with revenues and expenditures and the results of operations, and then revenues and the components of the revenues and what those trends are looking like, year over year change, and then specifically on each line item, what the variance is based upon the historical average, projected average, and you can go from and also a footnote description. How to read a forecast is also on my webpage, which is really worth it. If you have that next to this, it helps you kind of go through and get the most out of it. So general property taxes, year over year change. And here is what you were asking before. Here's the valuation and for class 1 and 2. So the valuation change, we're up to 1.3. This is class 1 and 2. The value change, and that number, I've never seen anything like that, $323 million. And so what's interesting about this is that the class rate millage rate before the levy was 36.9. After a 4.9 mil levy, it's 32.15. I mean, that's amazing. In class 2, though, not the same thing, because the valuations aren't increasing as much. Typically, a building is worth what it's worth, more so the first day that it's open than it is 30 years after it's been in business. So you don't see their rates going down proportionately or even parallel to what class 1 residential property is. And of course, these two bumps are the 6 months of the 4.9 mil levy in the second half of the fiscal year 24 and the first half of 25, so calendar year 24. And then public utility personal property is the full voted millage. So this shows you what that looks like. This is Duke Energy. This is the infrastructure. And so that 4.9 mil levy raised their actual rate that's charged to 80.24. So, and the description of that historically is there as well. Unrestricted grants and aid, we just talked about state funding, and there's the enrollment rates again. Restricted grants and aid are things that we have to spend a certain way. The biggest increase to this was the Student Health and Wellness Fund that used to be in a separate fund and got rolled into the prior biennium budget, if I'm not mistaken. And then this is the one line item we're talking about where we may see some changes here because about, I think it was what, 8 or 10 years ago, we didn't see in the budget bill that saw I think it saw 5 days before it went through where they took away the homestead rollback, just eliminated for all replacement levies and new levies. In renewals were maintained. So if you renewed or if you had something that you didn't have to take any action on, but if you were adding it or if you were replacing it, then you lost the 12.5%, and that goes back to the taxpayer. And Keen, who was on Kasich's team, said he didn't like reimbursements, and now they're talking about it again because they're scrambling to try to figure out in districts that are at the floor what to do because they have a completely different set of circumstances than we have. I will say this is probably one time being a guaranteed district is a good thing, just simply because of that. And again, with that, inside mills affect the reimbursement from the state. And then I did want to point this out. There was, I had heard that this 23 here, I didn't pull it back. I don't move the target. And that's because this line item experienced 3 payments of TIF payments because it didn't get paid in the prior year. So that's an anomaly. And we also had an increase in interest income that was extraordinary. And there was one other issue on this one, but I left the estimate in the forecast the way it was because the next year it comes back down. And so if this TIF payment was over here, we would have a nice smooth line coming up. And so there's about 20 different line items in that other operating. And it really isn't a huge material line item to the budget. But what's important is that we know what happened. And is it going to happen again? No. It was just part of the COVID timing of things. Some things got put behind because we didn't have our Turk meetings. We couldn't get together. And so that one payment was late and came in 23 instead of 20. Actually came early 23 instead of late 22. With regards to expenditures, same thing. We've got the high overview of all of the details, year-over-year changes. And then you can see on each line item, if you want to drill down, and you have the footnotes that describe what is going on, year-over-year changes for salaries and benefits, and then purchase services. And that's the lion's share of expenditures. And at the very end of this document, there is a short version of the 5-year forecast that only has 1 year of prior actual and the same going forward. So this will be filed to the Department of Education this week, and that'll be the fall forecast. Is there any? I know I went through a lot in a short period of time, but it'll be on the webpage if you want to pull it up and look at it.
I just want to kind of reiterate that in the past, the changes in inside millage related to changes in valuation haven't really been material to the overall revenues of the school district, but that's changed if a 35% valuation in the district changes. What exactly are you projecting as far as increased revenue to the school district because of that valuation change and then the increase in inside millage?
So that was right here. Oh, I got to do the stop sharing share thing. 1 sec. That's why I did the comparison from the prior. Where is it? Share screen. There we go. And share. That's where this comes into play. So this shows from May, which had the same millage on it. This has the estimated 35% in residential. And so this would be the difference in revenues based upon that increase. I had 12.5% in there, which was still high because typically historically it's been 7 or 8%. So this would be the impact to the district with regards to the inside mills. And there and here, these two, because they feed, this one feeds this one.
The 2024 is a fiscal year, so you're projecting half, and that's why we're looking at 550 instead of 890.
Yes.
And again, just to summarize, within a year, we'll be seeing about almost $1 million of extra revenue that we didn't anticipate,
Correct.
that we will be very fiscally responsible with and make sure that the next levy is a very long time from now.
I'm sure the next treasurer will be doing that.
Would you care to address the soccer field rental and Fry
Oh,
House?
you know,
so people know?
I meant to when I was over there. Let me pull that back up. I apologize. Let's see. When I was talking about other, I guess I wasn't as clear on that. Let's see. So that you bring up a good point, which is that if I can find it, yeah, it's this. Other revenue, what is not in there? So there are several funds, and sometimes I think maybe it's not obvious to other folks. I'm sorry, I'm doing this to your eyeballs, but other revenues that there are other funds, like there is in other revenues, there's no food service, there is a part of the activity fee that goes in for coaches and fuel transportation. But then the other part goes into the athletic fund for equipment, uniforms, referees. There's the parking fees do not go in the general fund. Food
Parking fees go into P&I.
parking fees go into an 018, but yeah, they're used for that. Mhm.
And the sports fees and the soccer field rental and the tri-health are all going into 300 accounts, which are specified to sports. And then there's an accounting offset that moves some of that into the general fund, but it's not forecasted to cover coaches and transportation, correct?
It is for that purpose. Yeah. But those other things that you mentioned are not in the general fund. Yeah. And that's a good point. Really good point.
Okay. The other thing that we were looking at is I have heard from you, from Mike, that we were talking about $1 million. And I personally was projecting more than that for the 4.56 inside mills.
Okay.
Okay, so you are projecting right now $500,000 and then $1 million going forward, right?
$500,000 and over $1 million going forward.
Right.
A year.
So we may have some pickup on that.
But that's the difference between what I was projecting and from spring
Right.
to now. So it will be more than that, but that's the increase because of the change in valuation.
And the infamous Sims Township TIF, which has not been approved at the state level now, is not in the projections.
The extension of the TIF is not in the other revenue, but it is in property taxes because it is being collected as property taxes. And when they get around to approving it or the extension, then those numbers will go from one line item to another.
And when we talk about reduction in students and we talk about offsetting headcount, those are not exactly in sync because what you've forecasted going forward is 400,000 and then 200,000 and then 100,000 of reduction in salary. And we've been seeing more than that. We saw 600,000 and 800,000, right?
Yeah, which was due to hiring practices, the enrollment. If the enrollment does go down, then you would see,
Some
you would see
additional
more.
savings
Yeah.
on those lines,
Sure.
which we are not forecasting.
You should, yeah, you should. It's not obviously one-to-one, you know, it's figuring that out. But yeah, I mean, as enrollment goes down, you're looking at attrition.
So there should be some pickup there down the road.
Well, and just the piling, because your look was like, so like, should that be accounted for in a forecast? If we're forecasting an 82 headcount reduction in students, should we conversely forecast a reduction in staff expenses?
I typically rely upon trend and what I know. So what we know, because there's a lot of different moving parts. You've classified, certified, the adjustment to the classified, the extracurriculars, and that. So when it comes to projecting fewer teachers, that impact would be part of the trend. So if we went down $680,000 because of attrition, then that would be built into the trend on top of all the other numbers that we use for increase in compensation specifically on specific line items. Because we don't know who's going to retire, when. So that plays in as that each year that we have that happen, it plays into the trend analysis.
Well, and so then to go back to the trend, like you have a decreasing trend from higher numbers of savings to lower numbers of savings over time. Should it be that way?
I'm sorry, hit me with that one more
Yeah,
time.
so, and again, I don't have this number in my mind solidly because I wasn't paying tremendous attention to it, but we had, say, 800,000 of savings or 700,000 of savings because of attrition and hiring practices. If we're really going to forecast, and I disagree with this, but if we're really going to forecast an 82 headcount reduction in students per year, shouldn't we forecast an increased attrition rate?
If you're going to go grade by grade, it's different at the high school than it is in an elementary school. The elementary is a lot easier to do that. I don't know that we have had those kinds of conversations
Well, and I
about.
mean, so the answer is no, I don't think I can forecast that adequately. So I'm not sure that these numbers are exactly accurate, but I don't know what I put in that's more accurate.
I think they're materially pretty good, but that's. Yeah,
I think that's the definition of a forecast, right? Is to try and forecast what it is. But I have seen.
Knowing where the differences are.
Yeah. Having done this for a few decades, I've seen enrollment demographics done where the projections look doom and gloom and you're going to go down by 1,000 kids and all of a sudden you're up by 200 kids because people move. So it's hard in a community like Loveland. It's hard to project that. Now the national projections such that families are having less kids. That's true and real. But I would, to your point, I think I would hesitate adjusting it too much until we know a little bit more about enrollment. But I've seen enrollment projections by professional demographics companies be way off because it's hard to predict.
Well, it's not just the enrollment, but it's also the replacement not really being forecasted going forward. Did it for 2004 and then really slanted off. And it's like, it's okay. We just need to know it's there.
Rob, can we go back to the actual, or sorry, you can make.
I was going to make a point here. So once we launch, then we're watching it here on our monthlies. And again, I'd say what I always say, there's three things. If it's off, it's because something changed, I'm wrong, or it's a timing difference. And so with this on a monthly basis, we're able to see where we are within the forecast. So we're not waiting till, some point in time to say, oh, how did it end? We're watching it as we go. And we're watching it line by line within the forecast. And the variances then help guide us along the way. So that's how we monitor. And this is all tied to the book. So that's how you know where you are.
It's not to reiterate, but I will. It's difficult to project what the state of Ohio is going to require us to do. We've got ELL learning right now that our enrollment has truly increased 4 or 5-fold that even if enrollment is going down, that staffing is going up because you have to provide the ELL professionals for it. So it's a tough thing to predict, but it is something that we certainly watch with the FTE chart because that's.
Our levy was roughly $5 million, right? Roughly.
Say again.
Our levy was roughly $5 million, right? And we are increasing between salary and benefits 2.5 per year going forward. And then suddenly I'm sorry, my eyes are not focusing here, 2007, which would be 27, which would be our next contract. We're seeing another big jump. Just stating it for the record.
Big jump in what?
Salary?
In 27?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the bottom line is that the tools we have give us the navigation that we need. And I think that, we look at it on a regular basis and talk about it. So I don't
Rob,
think we've had any surprises.
Can you go to the last page then too? Because just to bring it back to the big picture that we always need to be looking at. So on the actual forecast, line 7020, looking at our cash balance and where that projection is.
You're talking about the one page?
Yep.
Okay.
What we're actually going to accept this evening.
Okay, right, eventually.
Maybe.
Be asked to accept. Sorry, I'm not trying to predict anyone's vote. I'm just telling you that that's what we're being asked to accept, is this thing we're going to look at now.
I'm trying to find that page. How about if
last
I go
page on
to the
here.
one, the last one here on this one?
Page 22.
There it is.
It's also a single page on board docs,
Oh.
if that's easier to get to.
Well,
Be too easy.
First thing you had.
I have to share again, unshare and share. There we go, share. That's what I meant to do. Okay. In which,
So going down to line 7020,
yes,
our cash balance. That's what we're always working at and knowing, so, you know, fluctuations up and down, we still see a significant trend line there that we're gonna have to work against and think about, you know, a next levy at some point, because we are gonna have increased expenses. We're not gonna have increased revenue. So I just want to bring that back, that's where we're gonna be always looking as a board to think about, you know, when do we need additional revenue?
2 lines up, 6.10 tells us quicker than the bottom line.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
And I also wanted to, we have what, still $5 million in our bonds? Roughly,
Investments?
Yeah.
Um,
in the bonds that are 0.25%.
Well, between the two of them, because the Star Ohio is also invested in bonds, it's
Right.
just a pool, 90 days, same as cash. The portfolio still has, I want to say 6 million.
Okay, so those are going to be rolling and getting us more interest as they come up.
I would hope so. Yeah. It's a while.
Inflation's
The
over. It's all done.
Next,
Oh,
next,
As of
dream on.
today.
next maturity doesn't start until, or next
What they
maturity
said
doesn't have
today,
till
right?
May.
We hope.
What's that?
It would be nice.
Inflation,
Oh,
My point is though, if we're projecting even at this point almost a $5.5 million deficit in 2028, we adjust that by $1 million, great, you know, that would be wonderful, and we'll keep working at that. But then 2029 rolls around and, you know, you're there anyway. So, you know, we're always gonna work for another year to postpone another levy, but I think we have to be realistic, and as we look at all of those numbers and how how we come up to them and adjusting 100,000 here, 200,000 there, here's what we're dealing with in terms of the macro issues.
trend did not change.
Yeah, right.
Right. The trend did not change. And the next biennium budget could accelerate it. I mean, we hope not, but it could.
And so Rob, just one more question, because of something that you were asked earlier about the TIF. Have we received money for the TIF? Like, we've actually gotten money for that, even though it hasn't been approved by the
It
state?
was not TIFed, it was collected as regular property taxes. Because the extension wasn't approved in Columbus.
Okay. So what are we waiting on them to vote for?
Well, the Department of Development has to approve it, the extension. And when I called and talked to the gentleman, he said, wow, this is really odd. I don't know why this is sitting here. It's been 1.5 years.
Right. But what's the practical effect of us having to wait for them to approve it?
In my mind, there's none,
Okay.
because
Changes it from, it's gone in from one to a different line item in our budget.
right,
But it has actually been received.
at the Department of Development, it has been.
No,
And
the actual money, the cash in our
yes,
hand.
came in real estate taxes in the first line on the forecast, yes. Yeah. I've got a motion in a second. I just need to make sure Dr. Lorenz moved and Mrs. Washburn seconded.
yes.
Okay.
Are there other questions or discussion?
It's just a question of watching this as time goes on.
Yes, but again, what we are accepting is that one page that's there. There's also in board docs.
And the footnotes, yes.
Yes, okay. All right, Mr. Giuffre.
Dr. Lorenz,
Yes.
Ms. Washburn,
Yes.
Ms. Cecil,
Yes.
Reverend Eilert,
Yes.
Dr. Schwetchnow.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Motion carried. And I think those are all of Mr. Giuffre's resolutions. We then move into board resolutions. And you will notice, as I mentioned before, that probably since you looked at the agenda on Friday, we've added those items for the January 9th organizational meeting. I simply asked for that to be put in there. There's certainly time for discussion if you want, but that is the Tuesday that falls in the appropriate time. It needs to happen before January 15th. So we would need a motion to set a date and time for the organization meeting as January 9th, 2024. And I would say we should also add 6 p.m. to that, since that's what our normal says. We're going to establish a date and a time. So Tuesday, January 9th at 6 p.m. if there's a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Second, Mrs. Washburn and Ms. Cecil.
Kathy, can I just ask a question? Is
Sure.
why it has to be before the 15th, because the 16th is scheduled to be our first meeting?
It's actually, we haven't scheduled any
Right.
meetings for 2024.
But why does it, you had
Because
mentioned it has
by
to be
law, it has to happen before the 15th.
Okay.
Just because
law?
law. Yes, just because law.
Just wanted to make sure when you weren't here that we remembered that.
Oh, you'll remember that. And Mr. Giuffre, do we need to have a budget hearing that evening?
It is not necessary. It doesn't need to be part of the,
There needs to be a budget hearing, is that
needs to
correct?
be a budget hearing. Typically, it's half hour before.
Even though we just spent a whole lot of time.
It's why I like to do it in November, because it's all the same for the most part. But
But there is a requirement that the budget be available to the public, and there is an official budget hearing.
the board does not have to attend. Nobody has to attend, actually, and they don't generally. It's just taking the fiscal year and putting it into a calendar year, and just has to be advertised 10 days before tax budget has to be available to the public. And yes.
So would you suggest that the board also set a budget hearing for that? I mean, we normally have in the past.
I thought I usually do that, but
So that, but that doesn't need to be a part of this resolution.
no.
Okay.
No.
Questions about January 9th besides law? All right, can we vote on that?
Ms. Washburn,
Yes.
Ms. Cecil,
Yes.
Reverend Eilert,
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz.
I abstain.
Yes.
Dr. Schweitzer, thank you.
Motion carried. I just thought,
You should.
because I could. I mean,
When's the last time you abstained from any?
I don't know.
It's probably been a while.
It's been a long time, yes.
When her,
So
nephew
that, I wrote
retired.
my things in the wrong place here on my notes, but anyway, that is setting the date for January 9th. The next item is that the board needs to elect a president pro tem for that organizational meeting, because that is the meeting at which president and vice president will be elected for 2024, plus a whole lot of other organizational items that will be taken care of. So I'm not going to make that motion. I'll let somebody else make a motion to appoint someone president pro tem.
Does an appointee have to be part of the motion?
Yes, because there's a blank
I
there.
was going,
I appoint Eileen.
no, I was gonna appoint Jonathan, but then
This
you
is the
said they
pro
had to,
tem. This is
the
just pro tem.
appointee had to be part of it.
This is just a person to be the pro tem.
I know, okay.
Get it going.
know.
So I
As our
have,
You did a great
soon-to-be
job last year.
Senior member.
I
of
don't
the
know, I've
board.
lost control already. Dr. Swetchnow and Reverend Eilert moved to appoint Mrs. Washburn as president pro tem.
You did such a good job
I
last year.
accept, but you get no cookies.
Well, you could keep some of these cookies still. All right, any questions or discussion on that? All right, let's vote.
Dr. Schweitzer,
Yes.
Reverend Eilert,
Yes.
Ms. Cecil,
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz,
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn. You gonna abstain?
Abstain.
Sure.
Yes.
Motion carried. Now, the only other item that is before us at the moment is a motion to go into executive session. And normally what we say when we have an executive session is that there will not be any items afterward. There will be items after executive session, because we have already determined that that's when we will amend the agenda to include a December 5th meeting. In executive session, it is being proposed. Let me get the right thing here so I say it the right way. The executive session is pursuant to ORC Section 121.22G, employment and compensation of, and I would say public employees. And so that would be the discussion that is there. So there is other possible business that will be attended to after the executive session. Okay, so we need a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Mrs. Washburn moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Reverend Eilert. All right. Can we vote on that, Mr. Giuffre?
Mrs. Washburn,
Yes.
Dr. Schwetchnow,
Yes.
Ms. Cecil,
Yes.
Reverend Eilert,
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz.
Yes, I have us going in at 9:35.
Should we
I didn't hear it say it's recording. Okay, we have returned from executive session, so we were out of executive session at 10:30 PM and back in regular session. The first item that we would need to complete our work this evening would be a motion to amend the agenda to include 2 resolutions, one concerning an addendum to the superintendent's contract and one concerning a December 5th work session special meeting to be called.
So moved.
So Mrs. Washburn moved to amend the agenda.
Second.
And Dr. Swetchnow seconded. Any questions about that motion? All right, Mr. Giuffre, can we vote on that?
Ms. Washburn?
Yes.
Dr. Schweitzer?
Yes.
Ms. Cecil? Reverend Eilert?
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz?
Yes. Motion carried. So the first item that we would consider is a motion to approve an addendum to the superintendent contract regarding performance goals. And I'll second. Reverend Eilert moved and Dr. Lorenz seconded. Any questions about that? This is again, an addendum to the superintendent's current contract. And will be added to public record once it's approved. Mr. Giuffre?
Reverend Eilert?
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz?
Yes.
Ms. Cecil?
Abstain.
Dr. Schweitzer?
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn?
Yes.
Motion carried. The second item is a motion to set a December 5th meeting at 6 PM in the board office conference room for the purpose of conducting a work session concerning 2024 offices and goals, and also to consider business pertaining to 2 next year calendars, possible course approvals that may be needed for the high school, and possible items concerning employment.
So moved.
Second.
That was Mrs. Washburn and Ms. Cecil. I
was gonna
got
say,
it.
she did it. That was a
Last
good one
chance,
there.
and I got it. Any questions about that?
I need the last 2 items I didn't get.
Say that again.
I've got officers' goals, next year's calendar.
Employment,
Potential course,
oh,
goal.
course approvals, sorry.
high school course.
High school
approvals.
course approvals.
Okay. And when you say employment,
Discussion of employment of a treasurer.
thank you.
All right, any questions? Anything I've missed about what would be included in that meeting? All right, I will let you know that I have asked if the 2 newly elected board members are available that evening to come and be a part of the discussion. They would not be part of the voting, but they could be there to hear the discussion about goals and offices for next year. Okay, can we vote on that?
Mrs. Washburn?
Yes.
Ms. Cecil?
Yes.
Reverend Eilert?
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz?
Yes.
Dr. Schweitzer?
Yes.
Motion carried. I will just make a note at this point that regarding the employment of a treasurer, I will note for public record and for those listening that this board has in fact been discussing the hiring of a treasurer for Loveland ever since we hired an interim treasurer way back in the dark ages when Mr. Giuffre started with us. No, that was a long time ago with the past couple of years, but we have had different times when we have mentioned that we need to consider what we're doing because we have an interim treasurer. We have talked about hiring a new treasurer. I will say that at this time, this board has no plans to enter into a formal search effort with a hired firm, but that we will continue to consider possible treasurer replacements for Loveland. And we hope to have additional information to present to the community later this month. Within the next month, sorry. Later this month or the beginning of next month. Yes, thank you. Is there any other business needs to come before this board? Then I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Mrs. Washburn moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Swetchnow seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Don't you dare.
I was gonna say, I'm going in.
Meeting adjourned at 10:36.